Testing. Ka, do you hear us on Zoom?
You try again.
Okay, perfect. We also hear you in council chambers. Thank
Okay,
you.
Yep.
Jackie, do you hear us on Zoom?
I hear you on Zoom. Do you hear me from the chambers?
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to open up today's Ramsey County Budget Committee of the Whole hearing. Today is Thursday, September the 18th, 2025. We will open up with the Economic Growth and Community Investment Service Team. And before we open up and allow Deputy County Manager Carrie Collins to speak, let me just state a few things. On September the 2nd, we heard from County Manager Becker, who provided an overview of the 2024-25 proposed budget. The proposed 2026-27 budget calls for a levy increase of 9.75 in 2006 and a 7.5 in 2027. Meeting with service team on their 2026-27 budget are taking place from September the 15th and will go through September the 22nd. The full meeting schedule is available on our public website, ramseycounty.us. Today, we will hear from the Economic Growth and Community Development Service team. Each department director will present details on their department priorities and proposed budget, including an overview of major changes and a discussion on how the county's values and County Manager Becker's priorities are reflected in their budget. After each presentation, I will open up the floor for any questions and discussion by the county board. The county board encouraged residents' participation in the budget process. We want to hear your voices. 2 public hearings are scheduled. Both public hearings will be held in this building, and free parking will be provided to residents to attend in person. And to find the locations for the free parking, you can go to Ramsey County. Is that? We can go to ramseycounty.us.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
we have, yeah.
All right, so the first public hearing will be held on Monday, September 22nd at 5 p.m. Parking vouchers will be provided for Victory Ramp, located at 344 Wabasha Street. On Tuesday, September 3rd to 23rd, the board will set the 2026 maximum property tax levy. The second public hearing will be held on Thursday, December 11th at 6 p.m. Prior to that hearing, residents and business will receive their proposed property tax statements. This will include details on the proposed levy for all the taxing jurisdictions, the county, the city, the school board, and others, and provide details on how these proposals impact your property. Residents and business owners should look at that information in the mail in mid to late November. At a board meeting in November, the board will discuss changes to the 26-27 proposed, the 26-27 requested by board members, if any. On Tuesday, December 16, the county board will give the final approval of the 2026 budget, including any changes approved by the committee, and set the final 2026 property tax levy. And so with that, I would like to ask Deputy County Manager Kerry Collins to open up.
Right. Thank you so much, Chair Moran and members of the board. I'm Kerry Collins, the Deputy County Manager of the Economic Growth and Community Investment Service Team. And I'm honored to kick us off in our conversation today. Our budget starts on page 314. I want to start off by thanking the finance team, as well as our county manager, for developing thoughtful budget priorities. A special thanks to our budget rep, Mike Coogan, our controller, Tom Mock, our executive assistant, Christina Thury, and an enthusiastic hats off to the directors for their work and tough decisions to get us here today. Today, I will do my part to shepherd us through a 26-27 budget that is grounded in investments in our most critical infrastructure, our people. A theme across all of our budget presentations that I hope you are hearing is our gratitude for the class and compensation efforts that more adequately and appropriately invest in our staff. The directors have been extremely thoughtful in their approach to budget development. Our strategy in this cycle was to ensure sufficient resourcing for our core services, find opportunities to innovate, streamline processes where possible, and spur economic growth through specific strategies in place and space. This work can't be done alone. I want to thank the directors for their commitment to internal and external partnerships in an effort to maximize and diversify the range of programmatic offerings and services available. The directors also took a serious look as to how they might strengthen our fiscal health by leaning into budget reduction strategies during what many would argue are already lean times. Speaking of lean times, there are many leaders organization-wide that have stepped into leadership vacancies as a result of staff turnover or other unique challenges. Oftentimes, these leadership challenges are less visible, but we have amazing staff that have assumed greater responsibility to continue the good work for community. In fact, out of the 9 leaders you will hear from today, 5 have either served or are currently serving in an interim capacity. Thank you for your service. The EGCI service team, as it exists today, navigates approximately 27 different revenue streams, all with unique eligibility, reporting requirements, and purposes. Our controller, Tom Mock, has developed a robust EGCI finance team over the last 2 years to help navigate the financial complexities of our service team, including 4 different levy authorities. EGCI as a whole accounts for approximately 10% of the total levy, but 100% in the hearts and minds of our residents. That's intended to be a joke. However, I do believe that our residents and city partners are always understandably paying careful attention to what we do. Much of that is due to the many coalitions that partner with community and city leaders like the Heading Home Ramsey Continuum of Care, the Workforce Innovation Board, the Library Board, the Parks Commission, and the Joint Development Authority for Rice Creek Commons, just to name a few. Additionally, the work that we do is very complementary to our city partners: city roads, city parks, county parks, city libraries, city economic development, county economic development, et cetera, et cetera. A strong relationship with our cities is so important to our residents as we maintain and develop the range of community infrastructure our residents need together. Along similar lines, our cities and counties are facing many of the same constraints and economic realities. Our role in facilitating inclusive economic growth becomes critical, not just to ensure our residents have safe access to housing and jobs and services, but to ensure our fiscal health as a county remains stable to sustain the breadth of services and investments this county budget articulates. The organizational realignment work will result in housing stability and workforce solutions to join the new community services and support service team. Property management will join the strategic team. Despite these shifts, the departments today will remain unchanged in the collaborative work that is ongoing with these departments and across the county. Our unique area to this service team is the scale of complex projects. Major transit projects or redevelopment projects such as Park at River's Edge and Rice Creek Commons require depth of expertise, resources, and energy to advance. These complex projects also represent a tremendous opportunity to strengthen the tax base and bring along much-needed housing infrastructure to our community. Additional opportunities for the disposition of county property, particularly along county corridors, could bring about transit and redevelopment opportunities as well. The service team has benefited greatly from the recommended actions within the Economic Competitiveness and Inclusion Plan. The next iteration of this plan is starting with the update to the fiscal health analysis this fall. I'll let Community and Economic Development discuss more on that. EGCI has also played a key role in investing in our Climate Equity Action Plan and will continue to drive investment into green infrastructure as resources allow. This budget has resulted in many tough decisions to reduce tax burden. It is our commitment and promise, however, that we continue to turn over every stone in the years ahead to grow in partnership with our governmental bodies and community to serve our residents effectively. Thank you again for the opportunity to kick us off this morning. Controller Tom Ock will close us out today in presenting the EGCI office budget. So at this time, I would like to welcome Public Works Director Brian Isaacson to walk us through the Public Works budget. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to echo the thanks that Carrie expressed. I am honored to represent Public Works here today and talk about our budget. I'm very thankful to the expertise and creativity of our finance team. Very helpful as we have a number of complex finance tools. I'm thankful to the leadership of both EGCI and the county for the work that we get to do to serve our residents in building, maintaining, and improving the infrastructure that serves our residents. Today, I will walk you through Public Works' budget, which spans pages 353 to 373. A second. I'd like to start with just a short description of each of the 293 miles of county road, the 67 bridges, 30,000 signs, 10,000 drainage structures, and 360 traffic signals. They're all like our children. We take care of them. Seriously. It's a big system. We have great staff. As part of today, I'll talk to you about the various divisions within Public Works. I'll start with program delivery. These are the folks who design and engineer our projects. They're the experts that figure out how to do things safely and effectively. Environmental services is a group that is about protecting our surface water. They monitor the chemistry of it and the pollutants. They also permit the work that goes on around them. Central Fleet, which I know a number of you are familiar with, provides fleet services to a range of departments that crosses all service divisions. Roadway maintenance, these are the folks that you see out on the road. They're the backbone of the organization. They're the ones who maintain and repair everything that we own, and they're the ones who are out in the field doing the work 24/7, 365 days a year. The land survey and GIS folks, these are the folks that are kind of the keepers of the boundaries. They make sure that when we work in a road that it's actually property that we own, and they help folks understand where those boundaries are and maintain that. Our multimodal planning folks are the ones who plan for our future, both from a system perspective. They do the early work on projects, and they plan for a variety of modes, and they're kind of the keepers of the flame for the county's all abilities transportation policy. Our county engineer is responsible for all of the engineering statutes and standards and making sure that we're doing good work and we're observing all of the things that keep that system safe. And administration is me and my immediate team. We're the folks that try to make sure that things are happening in a way that best serves our residents and make sure that we do things in a timely manner. There are a range of major changes that you'll see in the budget book. I'm going to try to hit some highlights of those and put them into a variety of groups. There are a number of revenue and operating changes that necessitated a series of fund movements. Some revenues are coming in higher than we expected, and the timing of those is a little strange, and so occasionally things land in time frames that are not consistent with how we budget. So there's a lot of movement of funds that you'll see in the budget book. CASA maintenance funds are projected to come in at higher levels, and those funds are going to be distributed to offset levy appropriation needs. So again, when we see revenues come in, we're trying to adjust and make sure that we're minimizing the need for county levy. Our joint powers agreement with St. Paul, which funds it's an agreement that we have with St. Paul that funds their work to maintain our system within the city limits, continues to increase every year. And we're using wheelage funds both to offset some of those increases in cost as well as some of the increased operating costs. There are a number of issues that Fleet is presented with. Some of their challenges, or I would say the majority of their challenges are really about personnel cost increases and cost increases of materials. And the other thing that makes their job particularly challenging is I think all of us can reflect on it used to be that you could go to some place and purchase a vehicle. That's not the way that the world works today, and so rather than just in time, it takes a lot of planning to make sure that those funds are there in the right time for when vehicles are available. The regional, Ramsey County Regional Rail Authority and other rail-related changes are mainly about operating costs. We've seen a strong uptick in the activity levels at the Union Depot, which we're really excited about, but that does bring it with it some operating costs, and we're investing in improvements in the facility. With the delivery of Borealis, which is that second train to Chicago, we've also seen an uptick in the insurance costs for the depot, and I think we've mentioned to the board before about that typically involves coordinating with insurance companies in London and other exotic places. The market is fairly limited, and so with those cost increases, we're investing to address those. Lastly, I'll say that consistent with Deputy County Manager Collins's comments, we're investing in our people. We're investing in training and employment as a recruitment and retention effort. As I'll speak to later a little bit more, the hiring situation continues to be a challenge. Our pools are limited. And so we've had to get creative about moving people within the department and some of that has required some additional training. Additionally, we've just implemented and hired our first two trainees that are a part of a tuition program, whereby rather than expecting that someone comes to us as an entry-level employee and has an associate's degree, we're actually helping them get that associate's degree as they train with us. Public Works partners with lots of people. I imagine some of our partners don't feel like we're partners. You know, that's the nature of partnership. Sometimes it's better than others. But we partner with all of our cities. We partner with the state. We partner with Met Transit. We partner with a variety of agencies, and whether it's fleet services and helping to provide vehicles to someone like social services or the county sheriff's office or even within Public Works or parks. Those partnerships are crucial. A thing that we're growing in is that partnership with businesses. We're spending a lot of time and energy working with businesses as our projects are, some would characterize them as maybe more intense. I think our partnerships with business are going to be more crucial. And so we've expended a lot of energy in terms of being in community space with businesses as well as with other community members to try to manage that. Deputy County Manager Collins mentioned a few things where there's a desire for the county to really focus on growing the tax base and investing in economic development. I think in partnership with CED and the leadership of the county, we believe that transportation can be a big component of that. And so you'll see a lot of different investments at the county level that are about how transportation can be that building block for getting some of those projects completed. We partner closely with our friends in property management and parks, and will continue even if property management isn't part of the service team. And it's a variety of things, from how we maintain our facilities in our favorite season, or whether it's about climate adaptation and ways that we can work together to try to reduce our footprint. And those are important components of how we think about how we're advancing our work towards addressing climate change. Additionally, I'll say that as Public Works looks at some of the operations that we have, and we look at buildings and how it pertains to fleet, I think that those are places where, as we think about some of the campuses that we have and some of those investments, I think that those can be catalysts in some areas for really positive effect on the economic development side as well. Relative to the county manager's priorities, with the guidance of this board, we've been very clearly focusing on those elements that we can control within our Public Works program. That would look very differently depending on your perspective. Some of it is about focusing on our storm drainage, making sure that we have resilient systems so we're minimizing that impact to our residents. Some of it is about investing in a tree program, where we believe that when we take trees off the right of way, we will replace trees in places that have a heat island effect, that we're part of the solution in terms of reducing that effect from heat island. From the transit perspective, we really zeroed in on the places where, when the county invests in the transportation system, that's our ability to say to the region, these are the places where we believe transit will be important. And by building that infrastructure to support that in the future and being forward thinking, those are places where we can control the use of our dollars, make the most efficient and effective investments in our system, and really best serve our residents. Keeping the system in good and safe working order for all of our residents is really, truly our greatest responsibility, and we take that very seriously. I've spoken a little bit about the hiring climate. I think I'll add another dimension to it. When folks look at the attrition rate or the turnover rate within Public Works, it might lead you to believe that lots of people have left, but one of the issues that's come about is in order for us to be creative, we've discovered folks within our ranks that have different training. They have different backgrounds, and we've been able to move people from positions where they might not have had a path forward to one where they do. And so that's a key component of how we're trying to address making sure that we're investing in our people and we're thoughtful about how we make sure that the ranks are filled within Public Works. From a long-term budget perspective, I think our biggest issue is probably fleet. Fleet is really challenged with the world that we live in and the procurement that the way that those vehicles are delivered. They're challenged with their funding levels and how it's structured. It's a little bit of an enterprise operation that isn't enterprise funded, and so Public Works has been investing in some components of that to try to support that. We've been trying to offload things that we feel like Public Works can support. So we're doing our best to try to manage that. I think long term, we need to have a longer conversation about how fleet is structured and funded. I know a lot of folks are familiar with the federal funds that we frequently have enjoyed in Public Works, and that has been from smaller projects. We have a project that just finished on Dale Street this season that had federal funds in it. We have a project on 35E and J that has a lot of federal funds in it. The climate for federal funds really has changed. It's slower. There are some funds that are more regularly available than others. And so, I guess the last piece is that when we build a big transit project, historically, like Gold Line, there was a huge component of that was federal as well. And so this is another place where, in consultation with the board and others, we've been saying, okay, so that transit program isn't going to provide the way that it has in the past, so we're going to pivot and do the things that we can control. The other thing that we're doing when it comes to federal funds in terms of trying to manage that risk is to just be more circumspect about if there are regular formula funds, those seem to roll in a little slower, but they're more reliable. When it comes to other transportation grants or other discretionary funds, those seem to have a lot longer time for delivery, which puts our projects at some risk. And so just being circumspect about the ones that we go after, and that's consistent with how the county is thinking about federal funds in general, but just to make a fine point about that.
Excuse me, we have a question from Commissioner Zong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the conversation about the fleet and how you mentioned that it operates in somewhat like an enterprise, but it's not being currently funded as an enterprise. May you speak a little bit more about that?
There's a lot of components. Commissioner Zhang, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. It's a helpful question.
And I guess my question is like, what would it mean for fleet to be an enterprise system?
I think that there's a lot of components to that. Typically, when we've done enterprise, and I'm a little out of my depth, so if I overstep, somebody help me out. But enterprise tends to look like property or IS, where they're baked into those budgets are assessed countywide. Right now, it's a bit of a hodgepodge of how fleet is funded. There is some levy, there are some contributions from some departments, there's other departments that show up with grants for particular vehicles. So some departments, it's a little bit farther along in terms of paying for things and supporting the things that we have. Others, it's more of we found a grant that paid for a thing and we're going to want fleet to take care of it. So it's a mix. And I think that's evolved from, I believe fleet was established in 2016. And that was an attempt to take some funds and put it into fleet centrally and to try to figure it out. There was a desire for recognition that fleet served a lot of different departments. I want to say it's somewhere between 12 and 15 departments. And So there was a funding package that got put together there, but it hasn't grown over time. And I think that there have been some places where some of the grants haven't kept up with vehicles. So now we're 9 years in, and that ends up being a place where you're looking at a vehicle that probably needs to get replaced at some point, but there isn't necessarily a plan for that or what to do with it.
As a follow-up then, for this budget then, is there a plan? Is there going to be time invested in this to take a deeper look at the fleet?
Maybe I think County Manager Becker can respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang. So as part of the work of those administrative division directors, one of the key things is rethinking some of the internal cost allocations and structures, and not only the ones we currently have, but also potentially moving into some new ones. This and also communications and public records are the two that I'd like to do some exploration in. And so this is, I think I've spoken to the board about the section around long-term budget pressures is something that's been in our budget probably for as long as I can see, probably four budget cycles of biennial budgets. We need to start tackling some of those, and that role is going to be really key to ensuring that we're able to solve for some of those going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, I have a second question. Not related to the fleet here, but just overall questions about the revenue that's coming in. I just see that, we're seeing a decrease in the revenue overall. May you speak a little bit more about the revenue streams that Public Works typically gets, as well as what's contributing to the decrease in the revenue?
So again, I'm a little out of my depth here, but I'm going to say some things and maybe Tom can course correct as I go. I think what you're seeing is an accounting issue. It is not about revenues decreasing. Most of our revenues are increasing and have increased. If you were to look back, say 3-4 years ago, our capital program and related, some of our operating has gone up substantially based on 2 new revenue streams. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then I'm still seeing decreases then, and I don't know why it's not reflected in the budget then.
Go ahead, Comptroller.
Madam Chair, in terms of some of the revenue, so in 2024, Public Works accepted $18 million from TAA funds. Those were initially set up in Aspen as an operating budget, and it should have been moved as a capital project. So what you're seeing is the shift to the correct funding string or accounting of those dollars, and it is called out in major changes.
Commissioner Zhang.
And what is TAA again?
So TAA is the Transportation Advancement, County Manager, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang. TAA is the Transportation Advancement Account. That was a 2023 legislative bill that passed, and it is the outcome of a regional sales tax.
Got it.
That's the one where 80-some% goes to the council and the other 17% goes to the metro counties.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have another question from Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak a little bit more about the workforce, the vacancy piece. Seeing that we have a pretty large turnover rate, and you kind of spoke to some of the actions that you're taking to invest in workers, specifically the tuition program. I wanted to see if you could also speak to, what does it look like on the recruitment side of things? Like, are there certain barriers or challenges that we're seeing with folks who are trying to recruit to make sure that they stay in these positions in Public Works? And I'm thinking specifically of the time when I had a chance to go and tour with you. One of the things that you mentioned were like the cost of tools, like how expensive that is. Like, are there steps that we're taking when we're trying to recruit new workers into Public Works to make sure that they're equipped and on top of the investments in the long term to retain them?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's a great and fairly involved question. So the short answer is yes. We've been having a lot of conversations. The longer answer is that there are, like you referenced, tools. Our mechanics and fleet as a function of our contracts and how we've structured their wages, are expected to supply their own tools. And this is not like, go to Menards and get $200 worth of wrenches. This is many, many thousands of dollars of highly sophisticated tools. So we are having conversations about how can we get our arms around that. Part of the challenge is when you provide someone a benefit like that, like let's say that we were to say, and I'm not saying that we are, but if we were to say, let's provide all of our mechanics tools. For one, we have, 20-some mechanics that provided their own tools. Do we provide them a whole new set? And then if we provide tools to someone who is new, how do we ensure that that investment stays or is benefited by the county as well? Like if someone stayed 2 years and we expected them to stay 5, is there some payment plan? And then how do we follow up on it, right? So it's a complex picture, but I think I give credit to our team in Public Works. I have the great fortune to work with a lot of really talented and creative people who see these issues and want to deal with them. But some of these barriers are particularly challenging. The one about having an entry-level position for someone and then creating a tuition program, that number was not an overwhelming number. We had a good conversation with HR and others that was really helpful to say, here is how you structure that so that someone doesn't show up, get their degree, and leave. Like, here's that expectation, right? So that there's a lot of things that we're working on to try to overcome some of those barriers. But I'll say, my friends in other agencies as well as in the private sector are really challenged by a lot of the same things. You see Met Transit and you see MnDOT, they have pretty significant staffing challenges and they have more resources than we do. And I think part of it is, frankly, working in a public sector environment like our folks do can be pretty challenging. There are private sector options which are more attractive in some ways, salary-wise and others. And there's a lack of, and I'm out on a limb, so I don't have a basis for this, but it does feel like there's a little bit of a lack of STEM-oriented folks that really want to get into these positions. I've got a son who's just gone to college this fall. A bunch of his friends are going to be engineers, but they're going to be mechanical engineers. Much to my chagrin, every time they're in my house, I'm like, hey, you could be an engineer and work for us, and it's pretty great. And they're like, yeah, maybe it's me. But, so it's a complicated picture.
Can you speak a little bit more as well to the recruitment piece? Like where are we going to look for potential employees? Are there additional partners that we haven't tapped into to potentially build out that pipeline that we need to start thinking more into building that relationship?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, another great question. So we've gone, we spend time in tech schools, and we have established relationships with folks in tech schools around the metro area. We have gone into a number of the school districts at the high school level, and our folks have gone in and said, here are jobs, here are some examples. And I think interesting for us, we have a number of folks who came to the profession in let's say, a less than conventional way. It was not like at 6 years old they decided, I'm going to be a civil engineer. They came to it from a lot of different perspectives, which I think is helpful for folks who are in high school and not really sure what they want to do. And so you talk to them about trying things out and what the life is that they want. And again, I'll give a lot of credit to our folks. They're really creative in terms of trying to establish those relationships and going deeper into the human condition to say, here are things that we have that you could benefit from.
Career fairs.
Yeah, for sure. We work a lot with our friends in workforce. We work a lot with the PATH programs. We always have folks from the ACA program. Like we're doing a lot. But that's why I say I'm not sure what other creative options we could have. I know that some folks go to middle schools, which seems like, it's an option, but that's a longer term proposition.
Okay, is there a follow-up question, Mertry?
That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Yeah, sticking with workforce issues in your department, your department has a number of different funding streams and lots of different projects. So I'm going to ask some questions and help me follow the dots on some of these. So I see in your description that there's 14.5 additional FTEs, and I'm just wondering throughout your whole department. So I'm just wondering if you can let us know where some of these are funded. Are they all levy funded, or are they funded within the projects and the other grant dollars that are there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, none of those positions were levy funded. They were all funded through TAA. What we did, we came to the board in 2024 and talked about the transition of TAA funds into the department. And we had an RBA that went to the board that was about creating these positions. And it was consistent with what other folks have done with a new revenue source, where they've said, we're going to take a percentage of this off the top for administrative costs, because it was a significant increase in our capital program. We needed to hire some people. Those positions were a range of support positions. It paid for some folks in EGCI finance. It paid for some staff time in communications. And it paid for everything from technicians to planners to environmental scientists to fleet folks.
Excellent, great answer. I will say that this is what we like to hear in these meetings. Another question is, there's a discussion of an additional 500,000 personal costs on page 356. I was just curious what that would be referring to. It just says personnel costs. There's some additional 429 and 26 and an increase of 506 and 27, but it doesn't really specifically say what they're for.
Page 566?
Page 356, right about the third bullet down. It just says, it just seems to have personnel costs that fall outside of operational increases. I just didn't know what that was referring to.
I may have to get back to you on that, Commissioner. My apologies.
Brian, it references the Public Works projects, so I would imagine those are probably for contract staff that supplement the projects.
It's okay if you want to get back to us on that, that's all right.
Okay, well, I think
And
we
then-
may have a
Yeah.
response.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the controller here, but my guess is that there are also operational increases to the cost of the positions charged to your grants, and those would not be captured. So when we talk about class and comp, we're talking about it across all of our positions. And when you look at the operational changes, that bullet is about the general fund of the county and the operational increases there. My guess is this is the cost of the increases of class and comp and the other things to their grant-funded positions, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to see if Tom can follow what I'm saying
Madam
here.
Chair, Commissioner, there's also another piece to this, and I was going to get to this later. We have a centralized finance function in EGCI, and we have a chargeback model where we charge the departments for a certain percentage of the accountant's time. And so I actually believe that's what this is referencing, because we did have to increase those charges to the departments.
Okay.
My apologies, folks. I want to dig into this because I'm not clear on this, but I do want to clarify one thing. Public Works does not have any grant-funded positions.
Sorry, non-levy funded, non-operational
Yep.
revenue.
Yep.
Sorry, I used the wrong word.
If I could, I would get you an answer.
Okay, and then I have one last question along that, which is there's on page 361, it looks to be an additional $5 million in professional services. And I'm just wondering, that's a big jump. I'm curious what that's for and where that's coming from.
So that would be things that we're outsourcing. As our program grows, those are costs that we're going to incur in the interim before we staff up. Our capital program has grown substantially. I'm going to say it's probably more than doubled in the last 2 years. But our staff has only increased by about 10%. And so it's a fairly regular part of our business to outsource work for a variety of services, anywhere from real estate appraisals to engineering and design and planning and everything in between. So that's an increase of how we're going to support those. That, and consistent with what we talked about in the Transportation and Transit Investment Plan, one of the things that we're going to do going forward in a couple of the corridor type projects is start those with a significant planning effort similar to what we had done with Rice Street.
And do we know where those funds are coming from? Would those be specific to each project or to?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, they would be specific to each project. It would be a range of either local option sales tax, rail authority levy, CASA, or probably wheelage that would fund those, not levy.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Miller.
I just have a, thank you for this. I just have a couple questions. So on the wheelage tax operating allocation on page 355, it states an increase of wheelage tax funding is needed in 2026. Can you explain more of that? Wheelage tax is a state statute set, but the dollar is set by the county. So is that an action that will eventually be proposed to increase to help offset that shortage? No?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's not meant to be an increase in the wheelage tax. It's meant to be a shift of wheelage tax to address a cost. Does that make sense?
Yes and no.
Okay.
So
I'm not implying
we're getting more of the wheelage tax. We're not, but we need more. This is an
we need
approximate
to
amount
use more.
We need to
more
use.
of it. So,
Okay.
Madam,
Yep.
so wheelage tax is a flexible fund, and we use it for a whole bunch of things. Some of it is internal operating costs. Some of it is about, occasionally we use it for capital. We use it to offset. And so part of, I could give you a fairly involved answer, which would involve CASA and a bunch of other things as an example. Well, okay, we'll go there. So,
No, you can do the short answer.
Okay, short answer.
I'm following.
Short answer is there are things for which we get revenues, and wheelage tax can make up that difference. And
Okay.
in the context of all of the various funding sources and all of their limitations, wheelage is one of those places where we fill gaps.
Okay.
And so that's what we're saying is we're going to need to take some from that pot and put it over here. We're not saying we're increasing wheelage because, to your point, it is statutorily
Yep.
regulated. We don't get to do more because I think we're at the maximum already.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, I know we've talked about this before about insurance premiums, and I'm just curious at what point, discussion do we consider self-insurance? And like, does that outweigh the premiums and the costs that we have versus us being self-insured in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is a great question. This is where I'll say our risk management folks and Mandy and her team have been fabulous. We've had a lot of conversation with that team over the last few months as the costs have gone pretty high comparatively. We've been exploring a number of things. Part of it would be more of an insurance pool. We've talked about self-insuring, but it is a pretty substantial number. We've talked about graduating how much we insure up to and then maybe getting insurance beyond that. There's also a discussion about if we have different conversations in person with some of these insurance companies, apparently our rate is better. And so we're trying to figure out what the right path is. But it is, the coverage for this is pretty substantial. Mm-hmm. And I would want us to explore a lot of options before we go to us self-insuring. But I think self-insuring could be part of the picture, and that would probably be about where we need to be. Because the coverage we're looking at is, I believe, north of $350 million in liability coverage. So that's the issue we're trying to grapple with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions from page 359. First, with the enterprise asset management system, you mentioned how it's been a bit more complex. It's taken a little bit longer than planned. Can you speak a little bit more into the complications of the EAM rollout? And as you continue to, as other departments continue to implement, have there been solutions in place to make sure that it's a little bit more seamless than it has been so far?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for that question. Asset management and the complications within it, we always knew it was going to be a complex endeavor. We were taking three departments with a lot of assets from a place where we had pretty basic systems of tracking those assets and managing them over time into a modern connected system. And that means everything from interfacing with a bunch of different county systems to changing how we do business in 3 major departments. And so some of the challenges that we've had have been about changes in project management. We've had, let's see, 7 project managers in the last 4 years, or 5 years, something like that. Some of it has been about staff turnover internal and the folks that we have managing in that. And some of it has just been about the transition, both from a business perspective as well as from a data management perspective, has just been more involved. And I'll say, COVID is not an excuse for everything, but in the midst of implementing this system, we were all remote, and that provided its own set of challenges, which added to some delays. And so the reality of it is really more about how we continue to try to realize the efficiencies and make those business changes. And I'll say, again, I benefit from working with great departments who are working hard to deliver these things, but that's really the complexity that we're speaking to, is that we're not seeing those efficiencies just yet. But.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. And then my other question is in regards to the next paragraph on 359 around the federal funding. You kind of spoke a little bit to this, but wanted to hear more on just what of an impact the potential loss of federal funding will have to your department in particular. Is there a dollar amount that you have of just what federal funds that are currently uncertain or potentially going to be rescinded, what that looks like for Public Works?
Director Isaacson, can you speak up just a little bit?
Oh, my apologies. Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'll give you a couple of examples, and hopefully that will help illustrate the issue. We worked jointly with the City of St. Paul on a Safe Streets for All grant. The City of St. Paul did a great job of putting that application together with our support. They were successful and awarded, I want to believe, between $15 and $20 million in federal funds. And that was for a whole range of safety improvements across the City of St. Paul, and some of them were on our system, some of them were on the city system. The hardship there is that it was awarded over a year ago. There's not any progress in terms of when we'll see those funds. Minneapolis also was successful in a grant. It was a much larger grant. They're another year beyond us, and it still hasn't come in. And so what it does is, where it comes down to reality is, there we are on White Bear Avenue talking with community about how do we make improvements to White Bear Avenue. They're aware of this grant and that it's been awarded, and they're asking why. Why haven't we done something yet? And that's the reality of this slow roll of awarding federal grants. That being said, our program over the course of 5 years, today and the next 5 years, we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million in various federal funds, most of which have come to us through the Met Council, which is a more formula-based program. It doesn't tend to rely on the same systems. It doesn't rely on the same discretion of federal highways dragging their heels. And so that's less of a risk. And so that's why I say discretionary grants are going to be something that we're going to want to be really thoughtful about. I think based on the board's decision and on some of the resources that Public Works and the County Public Works has available, I think we can adapt. But there is a loss there. I think discretionary grants are a great tool, as you're well aware, and they can be really powerful to recognize that community's done work and that things are going to change in a particular area. But I think they're particularly challenging and will be for a little while yet.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zone.
Thank you. On page 365, there's a drop of 15 million in the design and construction for operating costs. May you just explain a little bit more about what's going on there?
I'm going to lean on my friends in finance, but I'm going to say that that's more of an accounting issue than it is. I think it's the issue that we spoke to earlier of shifting funds, because again, we're not reducing capital in 25 or in 26 or 27. That's not happening.
Okay.
So,
Did you give go ahead.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So yeah, again, we accepted the $18 million. They were accounted for incorrectly, and so in 2025, we had finance correct where they're accounted for. And so you're seeing that in the 25 budget. Those are one-time funds. That's the only change in revenue that we have in Public Works.
yeah, I still have a, my question is like, where is that? I mean, I think it's being reflected across like the budget here, but it still appears that that's the way for spending then. Like that's the revenue side, but I'm talking about the spending side.
Can you maybe?
So on page 365.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe you might be more thorough.
Yeah, on page, oh, this is the revenue side still, okay. So, there's the design and construction side, right, of the money that's coming in. So then we're, because it's about $20 million where it doesn't go to, like, where that money isn't coming in. So where is that money reflected?
Director Ice. Go ahead.
So it's set up in a project in 2025. And so all future, maybe I'm not understanding.
Oh, so it's like a one-time
It's a
thing,
one-time,
18 million.
yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Do you have any additional to add to that?
No.
Director Ice?
No, yeah.
Okay. All right. Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to follow up on some questions that my colleagues, Commissioner Miller and McMurtry, were asking on the wheelage tax, and just to, I think, clarify for the public that's watching, that we are allowed by state law to levy a wheelage tax up to a certain amount, and we do have needs in our area, so we levy them. We apply them the most. We levy the highest that we can, and so is there any? Do you have any sense that they're going to increase the amount that we're able to levy, or that's going to stay pretty much the same?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would expect that number wouldn't change.
Won't change. And it's about, what is it, $40 per? What is it? Can you?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe it's $20.
$20 per. Oh, I thought it was 20 per axle. So, but it's $20
Believe
total.
so.
Oh, wow.
I can double check.
Okay, great. Just to let the public know, yes, that they're paying a wheelage tax, which is going to really good projects. I mean, we're grateful that we got this opportunity to raise the revenue and then keep it in our county. So we raise it and we keep it. So it doesn't go through any formula, it doesn't go through anything. So it's a great source for us to do our public works projects. And when you said we need more, you're just taking it out of that pot. So we're getting a pot here, and you're just deciding how to allocate that pot of dollars. And I just wanted to say it's great that we're using it for such good projects. And then I know that I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner McMurtry had brought up also, and you bring it up in our budget documents, the whole impact of the federal funds and the uncertainty of our federal funds. And I think it's, that you say federal funding is at best uncertain and at worst will be rescinded. And this is really detrimental to our planning, that we know that grants that we've already received, we're still not getting the money for those. And so it's really hard to plan projects. And I'm hoping we're putting that on the list of things that we're really impacted by in these federal decisions or non-decisions that they're making. It really does, it may be something that the public doesn't feel right away, but we're going to feel it in these projects that we're not able to do. So I know we're keeping track of the ways that the federal actions are really impacting us in a negative way. And this is just one of those areas that's really impacting how we're able to provide public works projects in our county. So we'll make sure that's on the list of what we want to talk to our federal delegation about, because they want to know, give us examples of where federal funding is impacting, what we're, and lack thereof, the lack of federal funding and the lack of really doing their obligations when they've said they were going to give us a grant and then they don't do it. So we'll just keep these, I hope you're keeping the list, and we'll keep letting our congressional delegation know this. And also NACO wants to know too, because they're keeping track as they lobby for these changes to happen at the federal level.
Commissioner Ortega.
I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to embellish what Commissioner McGuire stated. And the same scenario is not just for public works. It's across the board.
Yes, thank you.
For every service we are providing. And so it is Congress who awards, one committee awards, but then it has to be appropriated. And so we have awards all over the place, quite frankly, across the board for all services. But until we get a direct appropriation where the money's put in the budget, then that could be delayed. We could receive some of this money 2 years from now, if we're lucky.
Yep.
I just wanted to bring that up,
appreciate
that
that.
it's across all services.
And Madam Chair, if I could go further, then thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Ortega, for yes, stating what is true, that it's over all of our budget areas. And this is not typical. I mean, some people say that's always what happens. No, this isn't always what happens. Usually the federal government honors most of its obligations. Again, I'm just asking for affirmation of that. Like, this is unusual. Sure. That we are not able to be certain that when we're granted, that we're under contract. We have a contract and they're still not being honored. And when we are awarded a grant, it's still not being honored. And this is not typical, and it's really detrimental to the work that the county wants to do. So
Sure.
thank you.
Yeah. So we have a 4-day of presentations, and I really want to honor the questions that we have around from the commissioners. It's really important that we get that done. We were, according to the schedule, had a stop at 10 o'clock. We're at 10 o'clock right now, and we have a couple of more questions. So I want to at least get in Commissioner's own question, and I don't know how much more you have to present, and then also we'll end with a question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I understand this correctly, there's still the Regional Rail Authority part of the budget presentation too, right?
I'm nearly done, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, there is that regional rail, and that's a whole nother section where page 585 is. May I make a suggestion that we add that to another time in the budget process?
I'm looking at some faces here. How much of a presentation, how long would it take for you to get through that part of the presentation?
Madam Chair, Commissioners,
Yes.
if I may, I think we've allocated some, we'll say, flex time on the back end.
Okay.
For example, the EGCI office budget is pretty minimal and simplistic in comparison to the other department areas. And I would suggest that if there are questions as it pertains to regional rail, that we take the time now to ask that, if that works.
Now. Okay. You have a question?
Yes, just a quick question then. For the personnel summary on page 367, with the addition of the 14.5 staff, and I'm looking that it's going towards mostly in design and construction. I'm assuming that we are using those one-time funds for those positions to offset some of those costs, and that's where it's going towards.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, those are not one-time funds. TAA is an ongoing revenue source, and we're
Okay.
using TAA to fund those. There may be some rail authority funds or some local option sales tax funds that bring into that, but mostly TAA funds.
Okay, and tying that in then, to the work that we as a body have done, and also with the plans of our, and some of those dollars that we have been talking about with our streets and I'm blanking on the name of our plan here, our
Transit
all
and
abilities,
transportation plan?
yeah, our all abilities plan, right?
2050?
I'm guessing that design and construction will be underway, and we'll see more of that throughout the county then.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would contend that we're seeing lots of construction in the county. We will see more, and I think that what you'll see is a growth of the program over time. There's been such a rapid change in our construction profile from 2023's legislation to the decisions that this board made about allocating transit funds to other projects. You'll see our construction program continue to grow over time, for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I have one quick question, then maybe you can wrap it up. Around the Union Depot, I see that we continue to talk about the increase in insurance premium and the increases of $1.7 million in 2026, and it will remain flat in 2027. My question is, we've been talking about having more conversations with other counties about the costs and share costs. Are we in any of those conversations, any of those negotiations with other counties, Wisconsin, Illinois, around insurance?
I thank you, Madam Chair. So I would say we're actually leading those conversations. We're trying to express the desire for our partners to work collaboratively on a thing that is going to be a collaboratively, I think that the best solutions are likely to be collaborative in that sense of Met Transit has insurance costs of interacting with rail lines. MnDOT will have an increasing cost, assuming they continue to build more passenger rail. And so we've been pulling those partners together to say, is there a way that we can work together to have a pool and kind of limit our collective exposure at a lower cost? So I think they continue to happen. It was a legislative dialogue that we were having. It's a little bit abstract for folks to get their arms around, but I think that the technical folks we're working with can see the benefits to it. They just we don't have a clear path of how we would do that yet. But to that end, I think our folks have a number of avenues where we can reduce our costs over time.
Okay, so there are some conversations happening.
Oh, absolutely, yep.
Okay, great. Okay, why don't we go ahead?
Time to wind up?
Mm-hmm.
So let me start off by saying thank you for your patience. As I always say, Public Works is here for your detailed needs, and we can always go deeper if you like. In closing, Public Works is in a good position to actualize the vision as directed by the board and also to preserve and maintain the system we have in place. We spent a lot of time over the last few months with a variety of folks talking about our transit and transportation plan and those investments. I just want to continue to emphasize that we want those investments to reflect this county's values of expanding the tax base, making transit and transportation better serve our residents in a variety of ways and make those transformational. I'll express my personal thanks to all of you. I've interacted with many of you in this sense, and whether it's on the budget or on the capital side, I always appreciate that continuing dialogue and guidance that you provide. And as always, I'm grateful to work with a really terrific team of folks, and I'm grateful for the work that we have in front of us. So I've got another hour for questions if folks are interested.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your presentation. And we're going to move on to our next presentation by Parks and Recs with Mark.
Oh, we just did. Oh, we just did this. Oh, sorry. No, I asked about it. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for taking the time today to review the Parks and Recreation 26-27 budget. And I just want to take a brief moment to thank Tom Ock and his finance team for all the work that they did on the budget, as well as the parks staff, working collaboratively with community to outline our priorities, the community's priorities, and try to advance the mission of Ramsey County. Our budget book pages are 336 to 352, if you'd like to reference that. I'll start with the department overview. Parks and Recreation's mission is that we create a welcoming and inclusive Parks and Recreation system where all community members are valued and thrive. And we do that through our many facilities and managed programs throughout the county. And at a time when there's a lot of divisiveness and division in our society, I'm really proud to be a member of a team that brings community together and is a place where we're community builders and we offer safe spaces for people to gather and have opportunities to really grow as a community and connect. Parks and Recreation manages over 7,000 acres of lands, including 6 regional parks, 9 county parks, and natural areas. We also operate about 100 miles of regional trails, operate 4 golf courses, 11 ice arenas, a nature center, 9 public beaches, a water park, and a turf field house, and a winter recreation area. This wouldn't be possible without the dedicated staff that stretch across several divisions with the department. These divisions include our Parks and Trails maintenance team, our arenas and golf, planning and development, as well as our soil and water natural resources division. You can see as you look to our major changes section within our budget on page 337, Parks is recommending the use of levy funding to continue to fund a part-time cultural liaison position. This position was originally grant funded, utilizing non-levy resources, but that grant is running out in the middle of 2026, and we have really found that this position is vital to growing and developing partnerships across the county, especially with underrepresented populations. So we're recommending the use of levy funds to fund that position for the remainder of 2026 and all of 2027. The next major change I'd like to highlight is that we're proposing increasing our overall FTE count just by 1 position, and that position would be dedicated to our Soil and Water Resources Division, specifically focusing around protecting soil health. We received a grant of $345,000 from the state of Minnesota to fund this position for the next few years, and so this would not have an impact on our levy. So it's a neutral position. Also, just wanted to highlight that we had a vacant 1.0 FTE position that we wanted to reclassify, or we did reclassify within the Soil and Water Division to focus on forestry needs. As you know, there's been a growing need for a dedicated resource to combat invasive species. And so in addition to work that we collaborate with Public Works, we also have a dedicated resource in Parks and Recreation to work on the effects of emerald ash borer and other invasive species. Continuing on in our major changes, our energy reduction initiative, energy utilization reduction initiative. So as you know, Parks is engaged in a $6.6 million project that we've been working on across our arena system to reduce our energy consumption as well as produce clean energy. The TCO Sports Garden and and Aldridge Arena now have solar arrays that are being installed that will produce clean energy across those 2 facilities. And we're also working on upgrading across all of our arena system with LED lighting, increased insulation, and energy-efficient mechanical systems. And throughout all these efforts, we're expected to reduce our energy consumption in those facilities by roughly 30% across those facilities. And this budget includes the calculated energy savings payback to Ramsey County's general fund through the resources realized through these savings on this project. So we set up that 15-year plan, and now we're starting to realize savings, and we'll be making payments starting in 2027. And this advances the goals and initiatives to help achieve the county's climate equity action plan. As far as our changes within our revenues and operational costs increases. If you see at the top of page 338 that we're anticipating increasing our revenues in both 2026 and 2027, approximately 265,000 or 264,000 in 2026, and another 64,000 on top of that in 2027. And the primary driver for the increase in revenues is increasing our golf and arena fees. So when we set those fees, we look at the marketplace across the Twin Cities metro area, look at similar facilities, and the board has given us direction before, especially on the golf side, to be a profit center, to have that serve as a profit center, and so that helps underwrite the expenses of other parks programming and facility usage so that we can have those facilities be free and open to the public. So we set those fees in the top 1/3 range of the market, so kind of on the higher end of the market, and stratify our golf course offerings, where Keller Golf Course, for example, is at the top tier, kind of highest priced facility, and facilities like Island Lake Golf Course, or more at the value level, Goodrich Golf Course at the value level, where there's kind of an entry point into the market. But those are still set at competitive rates in order to make an operational profit. We also, with our ice arenas, we're also setting those at the top 1/3 of the market, so the revenue produced off of ice is greater than what the operational expenses are, and that also helps to fund our other programs. When we look at our park shelters, we've also increased those rental rates, but we keep those more at a midpoint in the marketplace to make sure that we can allow access for those facilities throughout the park system. We did experience, or we are anticipating experiencing, a decrease in our soil and water revenues, as those revenues are dependent, or some of those revenues are dependent on home sales through ag fees, and as sales have slowed, those revenues have decreased. We're still doing all we can to look for opportunities for grant funding and other paid opportunities for our staff to build out fee for service. One note I wanted to make is that if you look at the fine detail, you'll notice that facilities like Battle Creek Waterworks Water Park did experience a fee increase this year, and that is because we are doing a major renovation of that facility. So that facility is undergoing almost a $5 million renovation, and the community is very excited. But with that renovation, we'll have some additional amenities available and need to right-size the fees for that facility. So we still are, again, competitive in the market with other like facilities, but we did increase fees there. And then we've also undergone renovations. I talked about golf, but just wanted to recognize that we are currently renovating the Manitou Ridge Golf Course, and we completed a renovation of the Goodrich Golf Course earlier this year. And so, again, those fees are increasing to reflect those investments at those facilities. At a previous budget meeting, heard Commissioner McGuire ask a question about the Battle Creek winter recreation area, and we do charge fees for users for that facility to help defray the costs of the operational costs with water, power, staffing. That program was set up to have a user fee. We do host several school groups where we do outreach programming that we offer free programming to. We also have users 12 and under are free all of the time. We do generate some revenues for hosting special events such as cross-country ski meets, where schools will pay a user fee, as they have in the past, to operate meets for those type of facilities.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question on that, or do you want me to come back to it?
Go ahead, Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for all the great, amazing amenities that we provide our residents through the Parks and Rec. So it just, in the fee schedule, it says snowmaking annual pass. So is that really just Battle Creek annual pass? Or is there an annual, and it's for the snowmaking, I guess, is what is,
Madam Chair,
I'm just
Commissioner
curious,
McGuire.
because we all, I mean, whoever skis there, and I have a lot of friends who love it and ski there, and a lot of people do that, use that. You buy an annual pass. So is it a park pass, or is it a snowmaking?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, so yes, there's multiple ways that a user can buy a pass to use that facility, and one of them is a day use pass for the Battle Creek Winter Recreation Area, and another one is a season-long pass, but that is specific to that facility. There was a program prior to us creating that facility where there was like a all-access natural trail ski pass. That was a program through the Minnesota DNR, and so when we went to this, creating this facility, we changed our fee structure and went away from that, and so it's specific to the Battle Creek Winter Recreation Area.
And they call it a snowmaking pass, then?
Maybe that's not the best use of words for that.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that that's what that pass is.
Battle Creek that happens to have snowmaking.
It's not an event fee that if someone rents out the space for an event, then they pay for snowmaking. This is your annual fee. I'm just wanting to clarify.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire. So if groups are to have a special event at Battle Creek, there is a fee for that. But essentially, we're just noting that to have a season pass at Battle Creek, there is a fee associated with that.
Thank you. And rightfully so, because it's a great facility and we don't mind paying that. So thank you.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions. One going back to page 337 around the one FTE vacant position that's reclassified. You mentioned here as well that it complements more than $400,000 in grant funding from DNR. The DNR funding, could any of that funding go towards paying for this FTE versus it coming from the levy, or like how much of the $400,000, I guess, is remaining?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, sorry. That grant is specific to not bricks and mortar, but essentially getting the funds spent out on land, and so we're not able to charge like an administrative fee within that funding. It's specific to getting projects done out in the system.
Gotcha. Okay. My other question is around arenas.
If I may, I think you probably got a little bit more in.
He should present, right? Sorry.
If we want to do that and have Mark just get through the presentation, then have these broader questions, would that work?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
So what are we going to,
Just let him finish his presentation and then we can all ask questions.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'll keep moving. And Commissioner McMurtry, I did want to touch on in this section. I know you had a question as well, just on the use of levy dollars, essentially. And just wanted to state for everyone that Parks works very hard to try to keep our levy dependence essentially flat. So when I look at past budgets, the percentage of levy that's made up of the overall budget has been between around 28% to 32%. Of the overall budget, and this budget, just doing the calculations of how much levy we have versus budget, we're right around 30%. And so we've really done all we can to stay within that window. When I look over the kind of course of time, to be able to make sure that we're doing things like increasing our fees and just trying to do everything we can to stay levy neutral. And the parks budget, as far as like a percentage of overall levy used from the county, is parks utilizes approximately 1% of the overall county levy is directed to park resources. Just moving on, I want to touch on partnerships and collaborations. So park staff, much like what Director Isaacson talked about, with internal collaborations, we also collaborate across our service team with departments like property management, public works, libraries, workforce solutions, and everything from facility management to connected transportation systems, programming, to working with small business, minority-owned enterprises, women-owned businesses on construction projects. We're excited to work with a newly formed grants office as we strive to find creative solutions to fund priorities across the department, and have already begun working with them and securing certain grant funds with their support. Parks and Recreation is also looking to expand its reach while reducing levy impact from utilizing volunteers in a variety of ways. So we have resident volunteers from everything that serves on the Park Commission, to helping maintain our off-leash dog areas, to providing programming at Tamarack Nature Center, and even doing things like helping us remove invasive species and hosting cleanups in our park system so we can have them free of trash and clutter. We also participate in a variety of internship programs, a lot of various corps that we participate in. So the Conservation Corps of Minnesota, AmeriCorps, Minnesota Green Corps, Climate Impact Corps, and then we also participate in St. Paul's Right Track program. So we do this as we look to increase the diversity of our staff to be more reflective of the community that we serve. And these programs really are helping to expose a lot of youth and young adults to careers in parks and recreation. And so if we look at the workforce statistics, we still have more room to go, but if we look at about the past 5-year trend, we've been able to increase our workforce diversity by roughly 17%. And so we're now over 20% racially diverse and still have a ways to go to be more reflective of the community. Lastly, I'd just like to touch on the partnerships that we've formed with Indigenous community over this past year, and we want to carry forward into this budget cycle and strengthen those. We've worked with a variety of members from the Indigenous community on an artist in residence program that's helped us create welcoming signage as well as host events during each quarter of 2025. So we have one more of those events, but we'd look to continue to strengthen that and hopefully have more events in the future. Moving on to the county manager's priorities on page 340 of the budget book. Parks is committed to operational excellence by ensuring that our staff have access to training, as well as learning their way through the business, through innovation, and how we maintain our facilities and do that in the utmost efficient manner. Parks also plays a critical role in strengthening our tax base and growing our fiscal health. There's a strong nexus between the availability of parks and open space to land value for residents and employers. Having a strong network of parks and programming helps to promote wellness and keep tax values strong. And as mentioned previously, Parks is actively working to advance partnerships, including the work that our cultural liaison is performing, which involves reaching out to members of underserved communities to better understand their recreational wants and needs, and increase programming that helps meet these needs. As far as our long-term budget pressures, as has been stated in our previous budget cycles, we continue to be challenged by the state of Minnesota not meeting its statutory obligation of funding 40% of the costs of the maintenance and operation of regional parks and trails. The state currently funds roughly 10% of those costs, leaving approximately a $2 million gap for the county residents to have to cover. So we'll continue to be lobbying the state to increase funding in this area. Also, within our arena system, we continue to operate facilities that are utilizing R22, the refrigerant that's no longer being manufactured and will need to be replaced due to harmful environmental effects. So the cost of this replacement is significant, and the county's refrigeration systems are aging and will need to be replaced. So I know that's on the capital improvement plan, and we're working toward making progress on that. I just wanted to highlight that that's an ongoing need into future budget cycles. So again, I'd like to thank everyone who helped in creating this budget, which advances the vision, mission, and goals of the county and prioritizes equity across our work, and be happy to answer any of those questions that we have remaining.
Yes, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on some of those revenue questions. The first one is on page 343. Can you just describe why the drop in the state revenue from 94 was 931,000 down to 150 in fiscal year 25, and then estimated at 300,000 for 26 and 27? Was that any particular program or project or reasoning for that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm making a note of that. I'm going to have to think on that for a moment. I think I'll have to come back to that.
And that kind of folds into your last comment about the maintenance funds. And I guess one of the questions that I would have is who determines what level of maintenance is appropriate, and then, you know, how costs and payments are determined. I guess I want to make sure that if there is an expectation that 40% of the funds are covered by the state, is it a discrepancy that we're just being too fancy? Or is it an issue of of commitment by the legislature? I'm just for those who are listening, wondering why would that gap be there, and what might be in our control and what is not in our control.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, so I did recall to your first question on the state funding for 2024, there was a one-time appropriation that the state made to increase funding for maintenance and operation. Okay. And so that was when the state had a revenue surplus and they allocated more funding into maintenance and operation. And so that's the reason for that decrease from 2024 to 2025. And then on the increase, this last cycle we did lobby for, and there was some progress made in restoring a portion of, I think it was lottery in lieu of sales tax funds that once had a higher percentage of funding going toward maintenance that is partially restored. So that accounts for that difference.
And not that I want us to somehow not be taking great care of our parks and open spaces. I mean, as you said, they are a big part of what makes communities attractive and what builds our tax base, and it is the way that many of our residents interact with the county. But if we were to only maintain, at the 60% plus whatever the city, the county, or the state would give us, what would residents experience as far as a drop in the quality of their parks?
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, unfortunately, to your second question, I think there's not a lot of, not being tongue-in-cheek, but fancy maintenance happening. I think we would see trash overflowing. We would see grass not being mowed. We'd see park shelters not being cleaned, because really the level of maintenance that we are providing, I think that we're doing all we can to make sure that facilities are in good repair and are working well, but really it is a base level. Like, most of our staff time is dedicated to daily operational maintenance. And so when we go out through the system, and I've been, I'll say fortunate to go out with our staff after a busy weekend, and there is significant work just to clean up and maintain and reset for the next set of users. And so that's what their time is dedicated toward.
And I asked what seems like a really obvious question, because many of us, as we are in community, are fielding questions about, well, why don't you just do when you say drop in services, well, why don't you just do that? And I want to provide a narrative as to what that might look like, to make sure to be able to go into community and say, is this what you would like us to do? Or is this an expectation of the county, to make sure that we don't have a parks in disrepair? So I appreciate that. One of the other questions that I often get around this is, would we consider either parking or other more extensive user fees, other ways of expanding revenue, such as asking for perhaps donations, as somehow, I do remember the time when, after the Como Park reservations, that's the city of St. Paul, or the Parks Board there, but all of a sudden there was a suggested donation that you didn't have to do it, but you could, or naming rights or other revenue sponsorships for some of the features that we have. I'm just wondering, have we explored other options that would expand our potential for revenue generation?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, I think, there's a lot there to explore. I would say that I think at the core of your question, like the pressures, and are we being creative and trying to search for alternate solutions for funding, I think we are, while trying to maintain access. So there are things, like you're suggesting, there's county policy that I'm sure you're aware of, naming rights for sports facilities, for example, and so that's how we got the TCO Sports Garden named and raised almost $2 million through that effort. Also subsequently sold naming rights for the field house at TCO to City and County Credit Union, and have other advertising efforts such as selling dasher boards throughout arenas and things like that. The board's policy direction has been to not do naming rights of, like, park facilities, for example, natural spaces, so that hasn't been up for sale. And then I think as far as donations, there are a variety of things that people can do to donate. I think there's a good question there on how much are we promoting that, and could that be expanded? There's programs like ways to honor people through memorial benches. So instead of the parks spending money on maintaining and adding benches to our facility, there's a program there. There's bike repair stations that people can donate to. There's a general fund at Tamarack Nature Center that people do donate to, supporting animal care and things like that. So there are a handful of programs. I think the idea of possible suggested fees or optional fees is interesting. We could look at that. I know that there's also been policy discussion on wanting to maintain this equitable access and not create barriers for people. So things like gated user fees or parking fees had been looked at least previously as kind of prohibitive to having that equitable access.
Well, I appreciate that, and that's part of why I wanted to bring this up, to be able to have that fully explained, the pros and cons of them. And I would encourage us, I will say that as we go through this process, I often hear from folks who have the capacity to say, I would pay more for certain things, knowing that they can, and not everybody can. And if there's a way through donations or other ways that, something that you put out says, I probably support Ramsey County Parks, and it's a sticker on their car or something, whatever it is. I think that we do have residents who want to support these amenities. And if we can provide a way to do that, I think that would be good.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you for raising this, because I think, in the time where we're looking at the federal government pulling back on dollars, we don't know what that impact looks like at the state level for us, at the county level, that it is really a need to be very creative in how we can do raise some revenue, right, that doesn't really impact or just focus on the users, right, or the residents. And so, not just for this department, but, as a county, look at ways that we can be very creative, whether it is through different types of initiative that you stated, or how we can also look at our partners and figure out how we can come together in different ways to keep the costs down, but also be able to maintain the services that we're providing. Yeah. I think I have Commissioner Zong and then McMurtry.
I know you had mentioned this about just the access to the ski area too, and I know previously it had been funded through the Met Council grant for programming and also passes for folks who are low income or kids who are low income. May you explain a little bit more about that program moving forward in the next few years here?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, yes, we did receive an equity grant through the Met Council. That was a competitive grant that we had to apply for. I don't recall the exact dollar figure right now, what we received, but that did, as you're saying, allowed us to underwrite some of the expenses for being able to provide free programming. That is carrying forward into this next year. I believe that the funds for that program will be anticipated to run out sometime in 2026, and I know that there are ongoing opportunities to apply for equity grants, but it's not something that's like automatically renewable. So we're going to have to go back in and try to compete for those resources. But we, through the Clean Water Land Legacy Amendment in the Parks and Trails Fund, we are dedicating a certain amount of that resource to outdoor programming staff and program funding, and so we can utilize some of those funds to underwrite user fees. So it's not as if there won't be any opportunities for people to have fees underwritten. So we can still offer things like learn to ski programs or programs with school groups that have kids that want to learn how to ski. So it's going to be a matter of the level of resource that we can obtain, but we will have ongoing program support, and like I said, for the user fee structure, children 12 and under are still going to be free for this upcoming budget cycle.
Okay, great. And then the other part that I want to highlight and just appreciate your advocacy in, trying to get our parks and trails fully funded by the state with what they're obligated to do, but haven't. I appreciate that. I also want to make a tie-in that,
we have had a very supportive delegation, especially like the Thulu courts. But I think, you know, maybe there's that disconnect that like it's going to cost us money to continue to operate it too. And long term, like I'm thinking 20, 30 years from now, that facility is going to need to be maintained or fixed as well. So are we including that in our conversations with our legislators that, you know, when they fund these new big projects, there are also ongoing costs that us at the local level have to bear?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I think there's an ongoing kind of push and pull in that conversation of, you know, whose responsibility is it? And once, you know, if we're seeking dollars to help build a facility, then is there a corresponding like understanding or agreement that, you know, the entity that builds that now is on the hook to kind of maintain it into the future? So I think that is part of those conversations. As far as the work that we do with the Metropolitan Council and other park agencies, they do track our collective maintenance and operation expenses. So as we build a facility like Tulu, it is the cost to maintain and operate that are tracked and included in our overall, you know, operational cost of facilities. And Ramsey County receives a percentage of the overall funding based on, you know, how much it is costing us relative to the whole system. So in a sense there is some accounting for as you expand, you essentially get like a larger slice of the pie, but is the pie growing? That's kind of part of the question. So I think that it's a good question and observation that we do have to be mindful of kind of exponential growth too, that we need to look at adequately maintaining what we own and not just looking to expand to new. And that's part of the conversations within our CIP as well as we have conversations with the state. And I know there's feelings there, you know, there can be tension with deciding not to fund something because there's not a feeling that you're going to adequately maintain it in the future. So I think that's a balance that we really have to think hard about as we invest in new facilities.
DCM Collins.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. I just want to amplify too in terms of what Director McCabe said. You know, municipalities, for example, have park dedication fees associated with all of the development that goes through the city. A percentage of that then gets allocated for parks maintenance, and they rely on that pretty heavily to maintain their infrastructure. That is not a tool that we at the county have. And so that's where it becomes even more critical to ensure that we're lobbying collectively with our partners for the state's contribution, because we do not have the same tools that municipalities have. That's not to say, however, that we may not be able to get creative and work with our city partners who may have an appetite to, you know, find a new funding source for greater maintenance. It's just something to be aware of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just also want to add that I appreciate Commissioner Jevons calling out about like opportunities for donation, and also, you know, again, Commissioner Moran, as you had mentioned, that as we struggle with you know, increases in property taxes and also just the use, I think, you know, there is a lot of value in people using our services, especially our parks and trails. And that, you know, maybe there'd be other opportunities that, for example, at least in Minneapolis, like for Minnehaha Falls, like parking, you know, you pay a fee to park, right? Because otherwise you can get to the facility biking or other ways. So I think we have to be intentional in thinking about like the incentives that we're trying to promote within the community, that we don't, that if you don't want to pay for parking, you can find other ways to get to our facilities too. And because parking and parking facilities basically are costs, that adds both wear and tear and just also capital maintenance to our budget as well. That adds pressure there. So, you know, parking fees would be something I would be very supportive of.
That's one person. No, I'm kidding.
That's me. Yes, that's me, but for future consideration, parking fees.
I hate parking fees.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually want to continue this conversation around revenue generators via parks and rec, and wanted talk specifically about our arenas. I think there is an opportunity with our arenas, and I'm looking specifically at Aldridge as kind of the gold standard of being that multi-purpose space, and I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for us to use other arenas that we have in that same respect, that we're renting it out to the community for other purposes throughout the year and not specifically during hockey season. So is there a plan, or is there any consideration over looking at really maximizing the spaces that we do have, these arenas that we do have, to make more of them more multi-purpose, and hopefully by doing so generating more revenue from the community wanting to use them year-round?
Yep, Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, good question. And just to highlight, I feel like I'm going to hear pickleball from Commissioner McGuire here pretty soon. Indoor pickleball, because that is a programming opportunity. But in addition to Aldridge Arena, we do rent out space to other entities like YMCA at the White Bear Arena. We've got a Shoreview Arena we rent out to other users. There was just I don't want to call it a garage sale, but there was a sale through a guild through North Oaks just recently that rented that out for a couple weeks. It's an annual event. Harding Arena has had a number of different users in it, different day camps and things like that. So just to let you know that there are, within many of these facilities, there is non-ice programming that's being utilized when the facilities aren't used for that purpose. Is there opportunity to expand that? Yes, I think there is. It is somewhat challenging with just trying to figure out, that balance and being able to make sure that it's operationally profitable if we do that. Our staff, we're pretty efficient where our maintenance staff rotate from our ice arena system into our golf courses and parks in the non-ice months, and so we don't have somebody just sitting idle. So we have that efficiency in staff operations, but then you have buildings that aren't necessarily being used all the time. So yeah, looking to expand that. So in this budget cycle, we have discussed that and tried to look at growing partnerships strategically in some of these facilities that are better equipped to operate year-round. And some of those investments, like we've just been making investments even to expand kind of the shoulder seasons of ice for things like dehumidification systems as our climate is changing and things are getting warmer. Those buildings weren't built for that. So if you're starting in October and you have a 90-degree day, they're not set up to maintain ice at that level. So, but if you get that facility and you have cooler temperatures and can expand your season, that also helps. So yes, we are looking at that, and that is something I think to note for future. Again, as we want to better serve our community as well as we're going out and talking to people, what do you want? Some of our community isn't as interested in traditional ice, but they may be interested in roller skating or indoor pickleball or whatever. So that is an area where I do think there is opportunity. I also do want to reiterate, 70% of our budget is fee-based, and so we are very strong in funding or providing funding for parks programming and operations. But I think there is opportunity to grow.
Great. No, I appreciate that, and looking forward to continuing that conversation on how we can utilize our spaces even better. So my next question is...
we're running close
on
our time. I'm a timekeeper now. But we're running close. One of the things I was thinking about in regards to like the parks and the recs, that we probably should have a workshop on Parks and Rec's revenue, because I would be very interested in, as we think about arenas and what we're going to do, what is the services that we should be providing as a county. We're looking at arenas, we're looking at Parks and Recs. What is the cost to that? What are the profits? Are we making any profit for that? Do we continue on in that direction? So if we have any questions in that area, I would just defer that to the workshop that I think we should have to get more details about it. You want to close it up, and then really quick go ahead.
Yep.
And then Commissioner Jevin Singh, and I would like to try to get in maybe a 5-minute break for us. Okay.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm gonna make this real quick. Really quick on 341, you mentioned the reserve funds that are decreasing over time. Where are we in the status of the funds? Like, how depleted are they? How far away are we before they run out?
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, those reserve funds are out of our Soil and Water Division, and I'll get back to you with what our current fund balance is. But we are, as part of trying to keep pressure off of the levy, we wanted to utilize those funds so they're not just sitting in an account. So we're projecting to utilize a good chunk of those funds for this budget cycle. And then we also wanted to be mindful of not getting ourselves where we're, depending on $250,000 one year and then we have zero the next that we have to backfill, all at once. And so we're kind of trying to steadily draw that down. So I believe in our anticipated drawdown of those funds that they would be essentially fully utilized by the next budget cycle. But I can get back to you with what the fund balance is.
No, that'd be great. And just looking at the overall the grants that you mentioned, I'm looking at page 348. And this is my last question. There are a number of grants that are listed there that they're funding that we got in FY24, and then we see nothing for 25, 26, 27. Is that because are we not pursuing those grants? Do they not exist anymore? What's the just want to get a better understanding of why we aren't seeing any funds coming from any of those grants or pursuing funds from those grants.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, the good news is there are going to be funds in several of those grants. I think either payment wasn't received for some of those yet for 2025, but with several of the arenas, for example, those are agreements with youth association groups that pay an annual capital contribution, and so those will be filling out basically as you see them moving into the future. And then things like where you see emerald ash borer, CD, invasive species, those are, several of those are renewable grants. They're just on a timeline, so they're not necessarily guaranteed, but we've been successful in getting them year after year, and that funding source has continued. So I think we could look at what we anticipate, but I think for a good share of that, we are going to see revenues moving into the future. And those are, those are kind of project specific, so it isn't necessarily operational budget, so it wouldn't offset our operational budget. It's able to do more like capital maintenance projects within facilities.
Gotcha. That was my follow-up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful. This will tee up for a future workshop on the arenas and some of our other facilities, which is on page 347 and 349. You list the different, some of our different facilities, and one is expenditure and one is revenue. I think it would be really helpful for us to be able to see expenditures, revenue, the net, along with usage, the different ways that the community impact. I mean, I want to be able to be able to see how this is an asset and how it's and how different arenas are impacting that throughout the community. The other piece, and this is a charge, and I know it's a big one. Which is, with an enterprise as large as Ramsey County, with so many different diverse service departments and programs that we serve, some of them are going to be revenue generators, and some of them are going to be ones where we invest back into our community. The problem of your success is that you run a department that has the potential to be on the revenue generation side, and I think that it is wonderful to be able to think of not only being able to cover the costs within your own department, but within all one Ramsey County. There are potentials that some of our programs, as we've seen before, actually have a negative tax levy, meaning they're able to contribute to some of the other investments. And so I think that that's maybe a very big swing and maybe a multi-year approach, but I do think that there is some potential here for us to be able to have a positive impact in our residents' experience, and I think that we should be doing all we can to maximize that potential.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevons, just real quick, on some of what you're speaking to, we would need to assemble and get to. Otherwise, on the open data portal, we can send this out. We have been tracking and demonstrating the annual revenues and expenses with our ice arenas and golf courses. That's on the open data portal, and it does show, fortunately, there is a positive balance on all of the arenas, all of the golf courses, for not just this past year, but years prior. So we can demonstrate that, but some of the community use and things like that, what you're referencing,
Yeah,
that would build that out further.
I appreciate it. I think that qualitative piece of how there are some communities where we want to be able to have the sliding scale and free programming to really engage neighborhoods that maybe don't have other access in large school arenas or other programs or things like that, and then be able to be competitive in areas where maybe ice time is really premium. We make sure that we're balancing out all of that in its totality.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zone.
No. Commissioner McMurtry asked my question already. Thank you.
All right, you want to wrap it
Okay,
up?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. So with that, why don't we? Okay, yeah. So let's take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back. And when we come back, we will hand it over to Director Kruger. Thank you.
Okay, so you're using these little ones, the 20 ones instead. These little ones are too little.
Okay, too. Okay, we're going to call the Ramsey County Budget Committee of the Whole back to order. And we're going to open up with our Director of Property Management, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Teed Kruger, the Director of Property Management. First off, just thank you for the time today to be with you. And I want to thank the property management staff for their work in putting together the budget that you're seeing and hearing about today, as well as the EGC finance team and finance in general. First, I will take a few minutes to talk a little bit about property management and how our work supports that of the county manager's priorities, and the county organizational values. Our section of the budget book, begins on page 374. As you know, property management is a core internal service department that literally does provide the foundation for everything the county does, for all our departments and in their delivery of the county's responsible services. Supporting residents first is a theme that we have applied to everything we do and have done that for many years. It is not new to this department. I will just point out that one thing that is a little bit new is that the senior leadership of property management is generally on board with the county for between 1 and 3 years. So a huge hats off to them. It's a steep learning curve, and I think we put together a very good budget for this period. Property management uses effective operations and technologies to ensure our properties present, operate, and are maintained in a manner that is consistent with that resident's first priority. Our building teams are dedicated to ensuring our properties are clean, comfortable, and safe for employees and for residents. Much of what we do these days in property management, in facilities management, is grounded in technology, from the security systems in our buildings to the enterprise asset management system that you've heard about from our colleagues, and to ensuring our contractors utilize prevailing wage. It's technology systems that we use to help us monitor and track that compliance. We have a building operations team that manages all these various systems and technologies in order to keep them functioning and understood by the rest of our team so that we can use the systems and the information to support our operations. Our planning and project management team ensures that the workplace environments exist that support employee productivity and efficiency and contribute to make improvements in our buildings to be more welcoming, accessible, and inclusive, including much work that we have done and continue to do related to ADA compliance, signage, wayfinding, aesthetics, including wellness rooms, lactation rooms, and prayer meditation rooms in facilities as we can, based on the existence of space in those buildings and the funding to do so. Some of the examples of spaces that we have renovated or constructed lately and that you're aware of, obviously is the career force at the Metro Square facility working with Workforce Solutions. Both the Maplewood Service Center and Downtown Service Center in collaboration with our Enterprise Administrative Services, and office renovations at Arden Hills for our Public Works Department, as just a few examples. Collectively, as a department, we strive to mitigate our impacts on climate change, and we do that through operating our buildings efficiently, designing and constructing our new and or renovated facilities in ways that are in compliance with energy standards and investment in our Climate Equity Action Plan, with a focus continued on sustainability and resilience. Most of the 28 owned buildings that we manage are older. Again, we do have a few new ones. But we manage 3.1 million square feet, and of those 28 owned buildings that we manage, 4 are historic buildings. When I first started with the county and was more deeply involved in the day-to-day at Union Depot, I concluded that everything you do in a historic building is easily 2 to 3 times the cost of what it would be in a normal building. So 4 out of 28 buildings are historic. We also support Departments are tenants who are out there in leased buildings. There are currently 15 different leases where county staff occupy in somebody else's building. And we assist with those buildings in the lease negotiations, but also if and when they need renovations, such as what has recently been completed at the WIC Clinic in New Brighton in conjunction with Public Health. We did add 2 properties to our portfolio of managed facilities in this last year or so, I should say. That includes the 360 Wabasha facility, which is primarily utilized by our attorney's office, and also the Environmental Center in cooperation with environmental health, public health. Both of those major projects were delivered under budget and on or ahead of schedule. Incorporating the flexible workplace policy and the workplace standards is something that we do into all the projects. This allows us to evaluate and reduce or right-size space in accordance with today's workforce and include improving collaborative space and flexibility. The most significant active project at this time is the renovation of Metro Square to allow the relocation of over 900 staff from the 160 East Kellogg building into Metro Square. Other active workplace projects that are underway include some additional office reconfigurations at the Public Works facility, or for Public Works in Arden Hills, and also a remodel of the medical area at the Adult Detention Center for Public Health and the nurses there in collaboration with them and the Sheriff's Office. As an internal service department, maintaining cost-effective and efficient operations is how we contribute to supporting the long-term fiscal health for the county. Minimizing the amount of real estate occupied by the county and their associated costs is a key to ensuring financial stability. Management of vacant buildings and surplus properties demand diligence to maintain and secure them in a fiscally responsible way, pending their disposition. Property management, as you've heard me say here, we partner with virtually, really all departments. We attempt to understand their services and their needs and incorporate that into what we do and how we do our projects, all in support of one Ramsey County. We collaborate with those departments by building trust and having honest, open conversations about what is and isn't possible. We participate in community engagement, primarily associated with those projects and with those partner departments. We also participate in the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Committee and their meetings as far as those capital investments of the county, and we collaborate with our peers in other counties and cities. Property management is diligent in following the finance, procurement, and contracting policies as we have a significant amount of investment in outside contractors through both operating services and capital projects. Now to our budget request. Our budget figures begin on page 379. We do not have any staffing or what I would call major program changes in this budget. Our headcount remains flat from 25 to both 26 and 27. We did increase our headcount by a couple people in the last budget process, and those were additional staff to help support our systems, as I talked about, help us to become more data-driven in the analysis of how we operate, and also to allow us to do a better job of supporting the collaborative spaces that we are constructing in our buildings. Our budget proposed increases on average 4% per year for 26 and 27. Those figures are on page 390. I'll now talk a bit about the major reasons for that increase. First and foremost, we are very happy to be able to incorporate the changes for the class and compensation work that's been done by HR and our labor relations. that is very much needed within property management and some key positions that we have had historically a difficult problem in getting people to accept our offers. We're hopeful that this class and comp adjustment will help us with that. It's a little too early to tell in that cycle, but it is also a significant contributor to our cost expenditure increase from 24, 25 to 26. Another area that you've heard about already this morning from Brian Isaacson in Public Works, is related to insurance. I'm sure all of you experience your own homeowner insurance increases, and it's something that literally we have no control over. It is what the market demands, but we do work closely with risk management and in taking heart to any of the recommendations that do come to us through our insurer, FM Global, to make sure that we take the measures that will help us reduce the premiums. At the same time, they do continue to go up significantly. Additionally, a third area of cost increase for us is related to utilities. We continue to drive down our energy consumption year over year, as we have pledged we would do. But unfortunately, the cost of utilities continues to go up each year by more than the amount we tend to reduce or have been able to reduce our consumption. You've probably heard in the last days or week, fair amount of, I'll call it outrage, that's going to be presented at the Public Utility Commission based on Xcel's request for a 10% increase. They typically do not get what they ask for, but asking for 10% is a little frightening in terms of what increase they might get. As I just mentioned, our budget assumes a 4% increase in our total expenditures, so lots to watch there as we move forward. Additionally, all other costs, our external costs, I should say, for services and supplies really experience inflationary costs every year. That includes our costs for our third-party security providers. Snow removal and janitorial are the three areas that we have seen fairly significant increases. That's, to us, a negative in terms of our budgets, but in many of those cases, those increases are directly tied to the labor, to the wage rate of the workers in those security janitorial fields. We also incur costs in a couple of buildings for sheriff's deputies. And again, great for the employees themselves who are receiving increased wages, but some of that is a negative into our budget. So those are really the main areas. I would liken them all really to inflationary costs increases, 4% per year average. Additionally, we are separate. We have a separate fund for the costs associated with Landmark Center and the historic barn, and there too, the inflationary costs that I just talked about, by and large, apply to those facilities as well, and so that results in an increase in 26, and we're holding that amount flat for 27. As for revenue, property management, we are approximately 94% funded by the internal rental rate, an internal rental that we charge to other departments. Our direct levy funds are primarily in support of Landmark Center and the historic barn. For 26, we did receive some levy funds to offset that class and comp increase for staff. Speaking of the internal rental rate that we charge to other departments, that too increases by 4% per year. And so we will be at a rate of $13.35 per square foot in 2026, and that would then go up to $13.90 in 2027. As I mentioned, we are primarily funded by the rates, the rental rates that we charge out. And that does include the rent that we receive from some external entities, primarily in our Metro Square building, but we do have that external rental revenue as well. For property management, our long-term budget pressures certainly continue to be those inflationary costs. They're going to continue to go up. I'd say, generally speaking, that is in that 3 to 5% per year. And that covers those costs for increases in personnel costs as well as the external service providers, utilities, et cetera. But also the pressures on our investment in our infrastructure. Capital is something, we continue to need to tend to deferred maintenance in our buildings and also to proceed with planned asset repair and replacement, which our 6-year capital plan shows the need for approximately $18 million a year just to keep up with those items in our existing buildings. Within the internal rental rate that we charge to other departments, as a part of that, take $2 a square foot that we apply then to building maintenance, repairs, et cetera, in buildings. Obviously, that is nowhere near enough to cover that $18 million in need per year. So we are happy that we are able to approach and receive support through the CIP process for specific mainly larger ticket capital projects. Those large ticket capital projects are things like roof replacements on a major building or currently underway elevator modernization projects at both the LEC law enforcement campus and the juvenile detention facility. Each of those several $1 million projects that we need to do to have safe operating elevators and also to be code compliant. We will continue to utilize as we can those capital dollars in a priority basis to address the needs in our buildings. I will also highlight that as we have, or if and when we continue to decrease the number of external tenants in our building, that will have a negative impact on our external revenue. Right now, our external tenants, per their leases, pay their rental rates, and they are higher than what we charge our internal tenant departments. So we will have a bit of a decrease in revenue if we do decrease the numbers of those external tenants in our buildings. Additionally, every one of our buildings does cost us a little bit different amount to operate. And one example of that, in this case, that's going to have a negative impact on us is that, in effect, the East Building is relatively one of our lower cost buildings to operate. So we're going to take out a lower cost building, which in and of itself, as it's sold, will cause an uptick in the 28 to 29 budget just to offset that piece. So that's a continuing pressure that we'll have to deal with, is having buildings that are, on average, a little more cost to operate than the East Building was. For those that have been in the county for, I'd say, 3, 4, 5 years or more, I hope that you can attest to the improvements that you're seeing literally in all buildings, because we have invested in all of the buildings. I want to thank the board today, County Manager, Deputy County Manager Collins, and the whole Property Management and Finance team for helping put together this budget. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Zone.
On page 387, I appreciate you just itemizing where some of those sources are coming from in the different buildings. Which one would be Boys Totem Town?
So it's not here. The focus of the budget here is on our, if you will, operational buildings. The surplus properties are all funded through separate specific projects, and so they're not in our property management operational budget. So you're not going to see it here. Your question is how much?
Where would it be then? Yeah, where would it be? and how much is it to like keep it maintained?
Commissioner Zhang, I can get back to you off the top of my head. I mean, we have severely ramped down Boys Totem Town, meaning that we have literally shut off utilities. We do have to have security do rounds and check on it, and staff that does check the building. But actual cost incurred there is quite low. I'm going to tell you, it's probably less than $100,000 a year right now.
And what I hear you say is like there's another, it seems like there's another pool for property that we aren't actively using.
Correct, Commissioner John.
Then where is that reflected in the budget?
I am going to need a little help from my finance. These are specifically set up as projects. So they're not in the operating budget.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's an excellent question. Usually we do list all grants and projects in here. I'll have to go back to my team to see. I don't see them in here, so I'll have to come back to the team and find out where those are.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And also,
Well, when BTT closed, for instance, there was a project set up. So the funds are all sitting in that budget year. So it's a previous to what you're seeing on the paper here.
so meaning that there's an account for the ongoing maintenance of Boys Hometown. That is not reflected in the budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's a great reminder to me. Thank you. We do a project report to the board at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, and it should be coming up by the end of the year, and that's where you would see all of the projects that were from prior years versus this does only capture the years of the budget. I will check with my staff when we're going to get that out to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And then may I also ask one more question? Yeah, to me, this, I think as we have been operating it like, I guess, paying for the operations of maintenance for all of our county buildings and operating as one Ramsey County makes sense. You know, you mentioned about like some of the deferred maintenance have we been building that into the cost of the rent at all so that we can squirrel away money for maintenance for like larger maintenance projects, like not necessarily like big capital ones, but ones that like you may need for a pipe that breaks or whatnot. Are we adding that into the cost?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, yes. I'm thinking back when I started in property management, I believe that building improvement cost that we were getting as a part of the rental rate, if I remember right, it was like 50 cents a square foot. And over the last few budget cycles, we have increased that to $2 a square foot to give us that money to cover those sorts of things that you talk about, a lower cost break fix, a replacement of smaller items, and that is what we utilize that $2 a square foot to cover. Unfortunately, right, that doesn't come near enough to cover the big ticket items, but it does allow us to do that more routine maintenance as it occurs, as it needs to occur. Thank you.
Okay, and then last one is there a plan to create a facilities management plan or like just inventorying like our condition of our buildings, what things that we may need to like fix in the short-term, mid-term, long-term range?
Yes, again, Commissioner Zhang, Madam Chair, thank you for that. We had a comprehensive external facility condition assessment last done in 2020. And that's what we utilize to help us establish our capital plan and is what we've used for this 6-year capital plan as well. So from a facility condition assessment, you know, that is done. It's been, I'll say 10 years since there was the strategic facilities plan developed, which really did that deeper dive into what activities, not the conditions so much, but what are the county services and activities going on in any given building, and which buildings, somewhat based on their condition as well, should be here, if you will, for the longer term, and which ones we should be looking to exit. And in effect, that's the strategic facility plan that we continue to execute against.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
I just wanted to follow up and to say that you mentioned that there are more capital improvements that you would like to be larger projects that you apply for through our bonding, our capital bonding requests every year. Do we have a list of ones that, I mean, through this such a strategic plan or a look view where we would want to bond for more things sooner rather than later as far as maintaining our investments? I mean, it's one of those where I guess the question I have is everybody's had a roof that they've kind of crossed their fingers and hope it makes it through another season, and I'd like to think that we're not being penny wise and pound foolish.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevon Sings, yes, we do put forward a lengthy list of projects for consideration by the CPAC committee and subsequently by the county manager. I believe within the strategic team capital presentation, you saw a bit of the longer list of what was requested that then gets shortened. But as a part of that whole process, we do put forward our entire 6-year plan. And so, I mean, it's definitely available to see.
Yep. Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. Director Kruger is correct. We can reference back to the pages and all the different pieces of the capital improvement plan where we are very much trying not to be to take care of the most important maintenance pieces and investments in our properties within the budgetary limits, right? So we're constantly trying to prioritize those, and we use a process that, Ms. Fusini talked about a couple of days ago, and we have the whole list, and we'll get that back to you. But it is a 6-year plan. We're constantly trying to work against that plan. And our maintenance, I just want to take a moment to say that the maintenance side of this has improved greatly over the past few years, where we've been able to clear some of our maintenance lists, which is the smaller programs, and invest in all of those, which helps us avoid the bigger projects in the future.
And the other piece of that, when we talk about the strategic maintenance, I'm hoping, and I'm assuming it is, but I'm new, so it's good to get this information, is that along with the physical maintenance and the physical anticipated life of a building and the anticipated uses is also programmatically what do we see in the future, the needs of those spaces. And I specifically think of like our JDC, where we've been actively creating youth justice transformational work so that we have less and less population housed within such a restrictive environment. And so as we're thinking about the necessary maintenance for that facility that's very specific, that has specific needs and requirements for such a use, but also that we're looking towards what we hope will be a smaller and smaller population of youth being housed there. So do both the programmatic needs overlay with the physical maintenance strategic planning, or are those two separate decision-making times? I just want to make sure we're talking to each other as we're planning for the future.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevon Sings, I will say yes, they are separate in a way in that some of the things you're talking about would definitely be up for consideration for specific bonding, whether that be county or state. But those are conversations that do occur between those various departments, service teams, us, finance, to kind of keep track of what are those bigger program facility projects, costs, and how we might prioritize or be planning for those. And I think you're going to see more come forward on that in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
DCM Collins.
Yeah. I'll get it eventually here.
It's on.
It's on.
There we go. All right.
It's off.
It's off. It's off.
There we go. All right. Thank you. I do, I think our posture as of recent has been reacting to the maintenance needs and the improvements by building to say, what is in a state of worst condition. And that has then triggered our investment plan. I think, to your point, Commissioner Jevon Singh, there's the use, the programming aspect of it that I think, campus-wide, facility-wide, county-wide, we need to take a look at that and determine what is the strategy behind our public buildings, best use of those buildings in conjunction with the maintenance needs of those to make some really thoughtful decisions. And I think we're prepared to have those conversations in the year ahead.
Okay, we're gonna come over here to County Manager Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kruger and Deputy County Manager Collins. I think there is a need for, and we've had some conversations about how to bridge the strategic conversation. A big part of this is that one Ramsey County kind of mindset as we think about how to serve residents holistically and in partnership with our community with limited resources. We have to think about what we have to do, where we should do it, and who needs to be doing it with us. And I think up until this point, it can feel very much like a silo, like public health is a building, corrections as a building, and I think the service center was the first merging of some of those ideas, and we need to keep taking that further. And I will say more than just even our own spaces, I've really been talking to staff about, well, what if it's not our space? Like, where should you be out in a community center? Like, some of our libraries are already doing that, but I mean, that is a way to make sure we're more deeply embedded in community, but also sustaining our fiscal health. So I think we need to kind of look at this across the board as one Ramsey County, thinking from the residents' perspective, what do they need to be able to get all in one spot? I recently just was at the Washington County Service Center. I'm sure many of you have been over there at the end of the Gold Line there, but they have public health in their service center. They've got their property tax in their service center. I mean, it's a different way of thinking because we've literally had buildings by departments, by functions, by, and then sometimes even by service teams as of late. And so we need to kind of break down those silos, and I've talked to, our exec team about doing that. That's another job for, that administrative deputy role. I just can't stress enough that our current structure of leadership does not have the capacity with the operational pressures of every day to do this level of strategic work that I think the board and the community is requiring. And so I just keep going. I know we've talked about that a couple times this morning, but it is a critical part to the bigger picture of how to sustain our fiscal health is not only managing our defensive stance around all the federal pressures, but we have to be able to better do the work internally too. So it's a both and thank you, Jean, for your comments today.
Okay, Representative Jefferson.
Commissioner.
Commissioner. Did I say that again?
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm comfortable with where I'm at, but thank you. One of the questions that I had is around, sorry, I just lost my, it is around you highlighted a couple of buildings. One was the Landmark Center and the barn. And I guess one of the questions that I have is, can you tell us a little bit more about the historic responsibilities and relationships between our occupants and partners who are in those spaces? And is there an opportunity there? I guess I want to have a better understanding of our investment in those activities, as we know, is mission-driven, as well as developing strong partners and lifting up the work. There's a lot of really laudable goals for the work that is being done in those spaces, and also is, like we are asking of our own internal departments, to be thinking about how we're using our tax levy dollars and finding additional outside revenue that's appropriate to fund some of those activities. Can you talk about some of the ways that we could maybe, in a really responsible and respectful way, be looking for ways to share some of those burdens with some of those programming partners?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevon Singh, there's a lot there. And I would say that probably each of those two are different, and I might just go ahead and throw in the other couple of historic buildings, right? They are all different. The contracting that we have specifically for Landmark Center with Minnesota Landmarks, Inc. is a very specific contract that does make them accountable for leasing space in the building, for creating programming to generate revenue, to offset, to offset a portion of the costs of the building. That same agreement with them does cap our contribution and that is what we operate with them. So they are motivated to generate revenue, right? So that's Landmark Center specifically. The historic barn, of course, some of you, I'm sure, know or are hearing, is a very different animal, literally, that used to be there, not anymore. But the utilization of the space, the building, the grounds that are the historic barn, has been by the U of M, and particularly through their extension services program for years. And that came about based on county agreements with the U of M for various extension services. And as a part of those services agreements, providing them space. So bottom line there, the U of M extension does occupy the barn free of charge, and their delivery of services for the county are really through the MOUs that they have with specific departments, primarily environmental health. Not sure if that answers your question or not, but that's the unique situation.
Do we have any other facilities that have those types of kind of partnership agreements that are unique like that we aren't mentioned here?
I would, thanks for that question too, Commissioner. Union Depot is, again, different. At Union Depot, we, property management, manage the contract that is in place for regional rail with JLL. And JLL is the contracted property manager for that location. And they too are charged with not only taking care of the day-to-day operation and maintenance of the facility, but also for securing tenants for the space, the retail space there, as well as utilizing the event spaces in the building to promote for external uses and generate revenue. So it's a different situation. And then, of course, just historic buildings, you've got this one, which is totally different.
Thank you.
So I was going to ask about the barn also, because we're really giving them free space. They're not generating anything. And, you know, I know they've been a long-time partner of the county. I leave that there for a moment. But we, you know, as we look into what those partnerships look and what that looks like as a partnership, and how do we benefit equally from those partnerships, I think we need to continue to look at. You're next, but I have a question or two.
Okay.
I have McGuire and McMurtry. But I wanted to ask you about, as we look at the department summaries, estimated revenues summary, I'm thinking, where do face-to-face go with these properties? Where will they be at?
Madam Chair, thank you for that. Yes, because they occupy space there as a part of the Metro Square facility,
That's Metro Square,
the
okay.
revenue that we receive for their lease agreement there would be part of the Metro Square revenue.
Okay. And I asked about that, of course, because as we look at the maintenance that they're covering, we're looking at the office hours and programming because they are dealing with homeless youth, have partnerships with community entities. You know, the hours may be later than what Metro Square is opening, and just kind of like maybe doing a follow-up with you as far as, you know, how we are supporting them with like heat in the winter and air in the summer, and some of them other maintenance requests that they have had with us to fulfill, and where we are with that process.
Yes, Madam Chair. First, I will say that operating Metro Square this year in light of many numerous construction renovation projects going on has been challenging, and we have had an occasional issue where somebody cut something they shouldn't have cut, and we have had an issue of too hot when the AC isn't working. Aside from that, though, ever since face-to-face occupied space there in the annex at Metro Square, we have adjusted like the hours that we run our HVAC systems beyond what we do for internal department. Probably won't have the hours right, but perhaps at Metro Square, generally speaking, we run the air conditioning from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. because that's when most staff are there. Because face-to-face operates on different hours, we already run air conditioning for their space more hours than that and at a different schedule so that it's on into the evening. And at the moment, we do not charge them extra for those additional costs of utilities and HVAC. We also do charge face-to-face the same rental rate as we charge our internal departments. So as compared to other external departments, they do have a discounted rental rate. But, you know, we work with them. As far as their programming, we, property management, in essence, are landlord to them as tenant. We have no interaction with them regarding what services they do provide or how the county may or may not choose to fund any of the services that they provide.
Yeah. So my hope is that we can look deeper into that and what that relationship looks like with them, with the services that they are providing for youth, where we have a very large amount of homeless youth within Ramsey County, but also trying to stabilize them through the community programming and services that they're providing. I think it's a good time to do that as we look at, you know, as we do with the barn, where we're getting nothing out of that and no connections with that, that maybe we can have some parity with face-to-face in the work that they do in the building that is owned by Ramsey County and being utilized with Ramsey County. And I don't see anything in here that talks about what that looks like moving forward, but my hope is that we can see a stronger partnership and relationship with them and the work that they do. And last for me, I'm looking at the SBE, the CERT SBE, and I know we thrive to use CERT SBE vendors and strive to improve workforce participation by racially and ethnically diverse people in our construction projects. I would be interested in where we are with that process because I know there was a huge conflict around procurement when we was only selecting with the lowest bidders, and sometimes that would knock that process out the way. And what are you thinking about? How do we move forward on this to have more of an equitable type of real process?
Right. Madam Chair, I'll answer a little bit, and I think it's obviously a lot bigger than just me and property management. But yes, every time we have a need for an outside contractor that isn't already a service under contract with us, right? That's the first thing our team asks ourselves is there a CERT SBE business that we could, on our list, on the database, that we could reach out to and have utilized for that service. So we do start there. Depending upon the type of service we're looking for, yes, different services are bid, and other professional services are done via request for proposal, where you can evaluate on a number of different criteria. I will say only that in order to change, how we approach those procurement actions, we have been in partnership and with finance and procurement, and really are hopeful that now, based on the disparity study and the plan that may come forward from that we'll have a greater ability to increase our numbers in CERT SB. And I think there's been discussion about the disparity study and the upcoming plans that follow, but maybe I'll see if CFO Kutza would like to say anything more.
Madam Chair, thank you. I agree with Director Kruger. We've been working on this together as a team across the county, and we have also been working with the County Attorney's Office to look at our policies and how we've been doing business previously, and plan to change that going forward to make sure we can do a request for proposals when that is the best case scenario for the county. So in the future, that's what you should anticipate for some of these services that were previously, not all, because there's state statute that prevents us from doing some, But for some that had previously been done as low bid, we'll switch to a request for proposals in the future.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because I think we also heard that, the way we was interpreting it in the reality of what we really could have done wasn't necessarily around the lowest bidder, that it could have been other factors that we could have put in place that I think we just was not doing. I think I did see that in an email somewhere. So I'm glad to know that moving forward, it would not just be based on the lowest bidder, that we are open to creating a more fair and equitable process of how we award contracts. Let me just state that, so of course we are over time, and that's because I realize that we have more time on the back end. And so I would like for us to finish with the questions that we have here, and then we'll break for lunch. And then this afternoon, when we come back, we will open up with workforce solutions. And I think we'll still be in a good place. So I think we had Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate, the time flexibility here, because I think, these are all really good questions, and I really appreciate my colleagues bringing up these questions, and I think we all agree, and we love our workshops where we get to learn more in depth what's going on with property management in our strategic, facilities plan. We can all be reminded of that, because I wrote down Landmark Center in the barn as well, so we have a lot of questions about that. And I would just say that we appreciate the work that's being done in there, and the Landmark Center offers amazing programs, and it's really a statewide asset. So I'm always, as you know, in the past, have been advocating for a lot more state dollars to go into the capital for that building, but also maybe to go into programming now. And so we just can look for all those ways that we can get the state to help with that facility, which is such a statewide asset. The barn, I would just say, Madam Chair, and we can get some more details on this, and I don't know when that budget will come up, but the extension is in there as an in-kind. Ramsey County lets them be in the barn because they provide in-kind services in our SNAP education, in our environmental stuff, so that what our extension division or program provides Ramsey County residents, I believe, comes out of that building. So I didn't want you to think that they're just there without providing any services to Ramsey County. They're actually there providing services to Ramsey County, and we can maybe get more details on that when we hear from that. Public health. In public health. So thank you for that. I just wanted to let us know that. But definitely the barn is partially used only in the bottom. It's an historic building where it needs a lot of repair, and so just the conversations on what we do with the barn. And just wanted to say that I support, having greater in-depth conversations on these buildings, and just thank you for all your work in keeping our buildings going. And I'm glad that this board is really looking at all options on how we maintain them and how we use other partners. So thank you.
All right. Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question on page 378. You mentioned the alternate financing options for the energy efficiency improvements. Can you speak a little bit more to what different options you're looking at? One in particular, I'm wondering, have we considered on the federal side of things, maybe the community project funding through their appropriations process? Is that one of the options out there? Just wanted to give you time to speak to what you all are considering.
Thanks for that, Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, and thank you. And you will hear a lot more about that next Tuesday as a policy item. But what we will be bringing forward, as we have been exploring, what options are available to us to consider, similar to what Parks and Recs has done in terms of moving forward with some investments utilizing county general fund dollars to really move forward on energy projects. And that will incorporate some of the, if you will, incentives through the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA. So you'll hear more about it next week, because we do plan to put forward a program, a proposal to move forward on some projects. And you'll hear more about the investment, the incentives, the savings, et cetera.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Zong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really support what you have been talking about in terms of just our partnerships and both looking at, the way we do business even, right, in terms of contracting and procurement. So I really appreciate just the initiative and direction that we're going in. So I really appreciate your leadership in this. The other question I have is in our properties that we hold that are vacant, and thinking about our footprint as a public entity that do not contribute to the tax base too, right? So are we working on a plan to dispose of those properties and or partner with nonprofits who are looking for spaces that we don't need to expand the footprint of nonprofit like in the county, but rather to say these are the identified spaces that we can have partnerships in and where it is currently non-tax, it's tax exempt.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I think you raise a very huge point, right? We do have those properties, and we have, dabbled in some different interests voiced by various people in the community and et cetera. But yes, we really do need to collectively work on what is this strategy for those properties and investment, and how do we, the county and the residents, get better utilization of those. So that definitely is something that I know with Deputy County Manager Collins, the collective look at those county properties and how do we move forward is something that's will be coming. I might just say the Director of Administration might be helpful in moving some of that forward, but yes, it needs to happen.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I would say a disposition plan of our properties is of one of the highest priorities that we will execute against next year for the board. And for our community, actually, because our cities are asking those same questions. As we ask the state about questions of our 14% that's non-taxable, you can imagine for our own communities that, have Ramsey County properties that are not taxable in their communities. And so I think out of due diligence, to be, I guess, congruent with kind of what we're saying to the state, we have to do our part too. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Just like Commissioner Zong, I am truly in support of that too. I think that is an awesome idea of how we move forward. So thank you for that. So, any other questions? All right, so you want to just wrap it up, or are you done?
I am done. I just thank you again for the time.
I want to thank you so much for your summary and your report in to us. And with that, I think we are going to go on a break for lunch, and we will return at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you. on. We're going to reconvene and call the Ramsey County Budget Committee of the Whole back to order, and we're going to open up after our lunch with the Workforce Solution Department, and that will be under Director O'Neill. Hi.
Hi. I've got to strike out good morning now to afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Catrice O'Neill. I'm the Director of Workforce Solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to review the Workforce Solutions budget today. Before I begin today's presentation, I'd like to thank Deputy County Manager Carrie Collins, our EGCI Controller Tom Ock, and my Department Deputy Director Holly Pratt for helping me prepare our department's budget and training me along the way as well. So thank you so much for everything you've done to get us to here. I also want to thank my entire department for their collaboration and thought partnership, and for the care and compassion they provide daily to residents seeking employment and training services, managing programs, and maintaining the complexities of our grants and contracts. I will begin today's presentation with an overview of our department, beginning on page 392 in your budget book. Workforce Solutions, in partnership with the Workforce Innovation Board of Ramsey County, focuses on strengthening the economic vitality of Ramsey County residents and businesses through the delivery of workforce development programs and services. As a department, we provide an array of eligibility-based employment service programs that are integrated into a co-delivery service model provided by county staff and community-based organizations. Workforce development is unique in its structure in that it's guided by the regional workforce ecosystem, and Ramsey County is designated as one of the region's 16 workforce development areas and is guided by the Workforce Innovation Board, a local workforce development board. The Workforce Solutions Department is the center of strategic and collaborative relationships between the City of St. Paul, the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards, the Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development, and includes elements that are considered county responsible, including emergency assistance and the Minnesota Family Investment Program. As the county's Workforce Development Department, we provide a variety of services directly to residents of all ages by providing in-person career services assistance, individual job supports, and referrals to community-based training and employment opportunities. Additionally, our internal career services include services provided in partnership with CareerForce, Minnesota's career exploration and job search resource, providing services to the universal job seeker through weekly job clubs, job fairs, and career counseling. The Workforce Solutions Department is also central to building connections across the county with local employers and businesses in partnership with our county departments, such as Community and Economic Development, through integration on the Ramsey County Means Business website, serving as an employer resource featuring a job board, training dashboard, partnership directory, labor market information, and other business resources as well. The Workforce Department is primarily supported by state and federal grant programs through the Department of Employment and Economic Development, or DEED, including grants such as the Minnesota Youth Program, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act for youth, adults, and dislocated workers, and the Minnesota Family Investment Program administered by the Minnesota Department of Human Services. Going into this budget cycle, Workforce Solutions will be 96% grant funded, supporting our staff and mandated programs. On page 393, you will see that we had 79 FTEs in 2024 and 78 FTEs in 2025. And for this budget cycle, we are proposing 69.5 FTE in 2026 and 68 in 2027. Next, I will highlight major changes, followed by organizational values aligned with the county manager's priorities, beginning on page 394. The first change you will see is Public Pathways. The Public Pathways program provides training, work experience, and support to interns, fellows, and program participants interested in public sector employment and careers at Ramsey County. In 2025, one full-time employee was transferred from Human Resources into Workforce Solutions, as a planning specialist to support the coordination and delivery of public pathways programs and partnerships, and this is a position that will remain in our department going forward. In 2026 and 2027, $318,000 of levy fund will be transferred to Workforce Solutions to fund training, employment, and support services provided by the Public Pathways Program on behalf of the whole county. Next is the reorganization of department staff and vacancies to align with grant funding and program operations. The projected savings from this reorganization will be just over $1 million in 2026 and slightly over $260,000 in 2027. The next major change that we have is a department reorganization. This reorganization of department staff and vacancies will be done to retain staff, align with grant funding, and maintain core county workforce development programs and services. You will also see that the projected savings from this reorganization will be just over $1 million in 2026 and over $260,000 in 2027, and is being presented primarily due to the overall reductions we are seeing across our state and federal grants. The next major change is grant reductions. Since 2023, grant funds awarded to designated workforce development areas were trending upwards, with a significant surplus in 2024, primarily due to federal American Rescue Plan Act funding. However, in fiscal year 2025, we started to see reductions to state and federal allocations with fewer grant programs available. For budget years 26 and 2027, Workforce Solutions grant funds decreased overall by about $4.4 million for state fiscal year 2026 and will decrease by an estimated $706,000 in 2027. To further align operations with committed grant allocations, we also anticipate additional adjustments to grant cost categories to cover core Workforce Solutions operations. Changes to grant allocations will have both internal and external impacts, resulting in additional adjustments to some of our vendor contracted services as well. We also will be making some shifts to our inclusive economy collaboration work. Workforce Solutions previously held $500,000 in our budget to continue to accelerate recommendations from the Economic Competitiveness and Inclusion Plan in partnership with Community Economic Development. Full funding for these initiatives will be operationalized by CED in 2026 and 2027. Finally, the 2026-27 budget reflects increased costs for recently settled contracts, including updated classification and compensation plans, as well as across-the-board general wage adjustments. Healthcare costs have also increased countywide for the upcoming biennium, and charges for information services and property management have also increased for the upcoming budget cycle. These operational investments will increase our department costs by $117,000 in 2026 and about $62,000 in 2027. There's also a one-time operational investment of $350,000 proposed in 2027 to assist with the restructuring work described above. Next, I'll highlight some of our partner and collaborations. And I think that starts on page 395. Workforce Solutions has built a network of partners that collaboratively provide comprehensive, culturally informed, and family-centered employment and training services for all residents. With the ongoing economic challenges brought on by the pandemic, we continue to leverage internal and external partnerships to meet the needs of residents and our local business community. As a result, Workforce Solutions, in partnership with the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards, the Workforce Innovation Board, and a network of more than 100 local businesses and community partners, provide high-quality, low-barrier workforce development services. As we look ahead, our department will continue to respond to the unique economic needs in our community, and we will deploy multiple strategies that foster community engagement, partnerships, and collaboration to ensure that those most impacted by systemic employment barriers have their needs uplifted and their voices elevated across the workforce ecosystem. Our core strategies to enhance partnerships and collaboration include the use of community-based evaluation methods, building new connections across the county and deepening existing relationships, engaging program participants in the design and delivery of our programs, inviting community members to review and evaluate solicitations, and working cross-departmentally to align countywide priorities and partnerships that center youth voice and choice. Our department consistently demonstrates how organizational values, such as advancing partnerships, is demonstrated through the delivery of our core services in our budget. One example of how we're achieving this is with Power Within Us. Power Within Us was designed in partnership with the newly launched Youth Justice Transformation Initiative and was piloted in 2024 to support Ramsey County young people on probation by providing coordinated and intentional connections to employment and training programs and resources. This impactful program that has reached over 200 young people in just a year and a half was funded by ARPA funds, which have now ended. However, thanks to my fellow directors and colleagues in Community Corrections, Social Services, and the Office of Safety and Justice, we will be able to sustain this program by leveraging resources outside of our department and partnerships to ensure that the county continues to invest in our justice-impacted residents by assisting them with entering the workforce. This cross-departmental collaboration effort demonstrates how Workforce Solutions will creatively and thoughtfully continue to advance partnerships through the changing fiscal climate. Few long-term pressures that we have upon us that I'll kind of share with you in closing are the services that we're providing in Workforce Solutions are not without long-term pressures, and we do recognize that we're making some changes programmatically to align to some of the emerging challenges that we face. So on page 397, it mentions that overall the department's operating costs are increasing while revenue is decreasing, placing strain on our ability to deliver mandated employment services. Significant pressures include our dependency on state and federal grants. Again, we're a department that's over 96% grant funded, and reductions to our grant revenue overall, with increases to our information services rates, rent, and classification and comp adjustments. Thank you for the opportunity to review the workforce budget, and I welcome any questions.
Questions? Okay, Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for all the work that you and your team are doing. This is crucial, of course, crucial work for our county's success and our residents. Because you're 96% grant funded, and you've talked about how we've organized to really use the grants as efficiently as possible. Some people might say, and I don't agree with this, but if you just want to comment on this, that our work is following the grants rather than our grants following our work. And I think there's maybe a little bit of both of those, but we want us to do our work and then hopefully find dollars that support our work, not to go to grants that may not necessarily support the work that we do. But I do believe that you're able to find grants that really support the work that we want to do. So it's not the tail wagging the dog. I mean, so we are driving this. Can you just comment on that? Sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, thank you for that question. I would say that the grants that we have currently going into this budget cycle definitely focus on the work itself, that we are not leveraging outside sources or grants that are not aligned to the core services that we're providing within Workforce Solutions. And so as we've kind of taken a comprehensive look at our full grant composition and structure, we're definitely thinking about how we continue to provide those core county services and really prioritizing our employees and our programs at the same time. It definitely is a both and issue, and we've also made kind of a commitment right now not to just go chasing grants that don't align to the core work and the values that have emerged in this budget cycle, and ensuring that we're prioritizing anything new that would actually bring a benefit to our current workforce climate.
Thank you. I appreciate that recommitment to just not going after grants. It's tempting, I know, but just because they're there, but just to really continue on with our mission. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We have County Manager Becker would like to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Nice job, Catrice. I want to reset the way we talk about grants here.
Thank you, yeah.
The grants that Catrice are talking about, these are formula-funded allocations. They're not the grants that we apply for. They are part of an allocation from federal funds or state funds that roll down into the workforce development area. There was a time in the department where there was some applications for outside grants, like the state would release, like localized grants, and sometimes we did that, but over the course of time, it was clear that we were competing against our own community organizations and adding another layer of administration to those grants. And so so I think the word grant is kind of used a little bit in a different way here of how Workforce Solutions certainly is funded by grants, and that's not inaccurate. But those grants aren't ones we apply for. They are formula-based from federal or state formulas, if that makes sense.
Right.
Okay.
And I really appreciate
Yeah.
that distinction, and I'm sure you've told us this before, and I appreciate us resetting how we think about this.
Mm-hmm.
And in that regard, because they're federal, are we in danger of losing this funding at the federal level? I mean, because we're in danger of losing, because of the current administration at the federal level, not through any actions of our own congressional delegation, or many of our own congressional delegation, but through this administration, they've been cutting so many things. There's always a risk that we may not get the funding that we need through these grant allocated opportunities, I guess.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, we haven't seen currently any significant changes to our current federal funds. That would be our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act dollars and TANF. However, we do anticipate, like a lot of other federally funded program areas, that there will be adjustments and changes made. What those will look like, we do not know yet. But in partnership with the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards, we've been monitoring the federal impacts and making sure that we have continuous awareness and are visioning for the future and kind of pre-planning. So as we journey into this budget cycle as a department, we've really been focused on responding to what we need today to help carry us into the future in anticipation of some of those potential changes.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that work, and I just want to say that we as a county board are really working with our state delegation, our state legislative delegation, our federal congressional delegation, to let them know the impacts that any cuts could make on us, and so we're continuing to work on that.
I too was really concerned with when I heard it was all grant funded.
Yeah.
So thank you for the clarity of where those dollars are coming from. And we can only hope that it continues, because I know with this administration at the federal level, there will be like more work requirements versus just, as they would say, handouts. But we never know. And so I know Ramsey County has been really, really good at supporting workforce, creating these opportunities. And so my hope is that, as we see maybe lack of dollars or grants coming from the federal government, that we will create a process that allows us to continue the work that we do around workforce, because it's really, really important. So that was Commissioner McGuire and then Miller.
You mean McMurtry?
I mean Miller and McMurtry is what I
so
mean.
I'm next.
Yes,
Okay.
you are next.
So thank you, Director O'Neill, for this presentation. I had a few questions one question specifically on page 394 when you mentioned and it kind of ties into what we were just talking about the reduction and that we were receiving surpluses and now we are back. Is that dollar back to our normal funding amounts per the surplus?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Miller, the funding structure that we have that's, I think, placing probably the greatest pressure on those reductions is a combination of a few different things. So it's both and. I would say that coming into this state fiscal year and into the next biennium, the grants have certainly returned to the funding base that we saw pre-pandemic or kind of early pandemic, kind of 2022, 23. But we're also seeing reductions with the elimination of ARPA funds, so the American Rescue Plans Act, We also had a series of direct appropriations that were limited time allocations that are also coming to an end, with the combination of some of the reductions to the current allocations with WIOA, adult dislocated workers, state dislocated workers, and youth. So it's kind of a combination of different things that are kind of playing into those reductions and kind of the decreases we're seeing to our grants currently.
Okay, and then to follow up with that, will we need to then reduce services that maybe we beefed up during the time when we had the surplus or we had more dollars, and now since we don't have those dollars, we can't maintain at that same level?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Miller, yes. So I think, as I've kind of come in at the top of this year, we had some initiatives that were launched using ARPA funds, particularly within the Youth Works framework. I mentioned Power Within Us as an example of something that is impacting the county at large and has demonstrated great benefit that we'll be able to sustain. But there were other elements of that work, particularly Driver's License Academy and some of our Learn and Earn programming, as well as our LEAP sites that will not continue. Those are vendor contracted partnerships that we have. And so we've begun starting to have those conversations around how we can leverage additional resources to support some of those services that were provided directly to youth, particularly Driver's License Academy, to be able to cover the costs of those barrier reducing needs that we see entering the workforce. As far as our kind of core work and the mandated services with MFIP and the other programs, those will remain as is.
Thank you.
Okay, McMurtry, Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that because I had the exact same question. Would it be possible for us to get a list of those particular programs that will likely have to be sunset because of this lack of funding, just so we're aware of which ones we will likely be able to continue use example of Power Within Us versus those like Driver's License Academy where we may have to do away with. Just helpful for me, but I'm sure others would like to see it as well. And the only other question I had is, can you walk us through the Supported Workers Program, like exactly what that is, and kind of some clarity around the 3 vacant positions that we're holding for 26 and 27?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, thank you for your question. Yes, Supported Workers is a program that we have through Public Pathways. That is a partnership we have with an organization called Kaposia, and it provides employment opportunities to adults with disabilities here at Ramsey County. So that's an important program and opportunity that we provide to continue to diversify our workforce and create employment opportunities. Currently, we have the 3 FTEs held in the Workforce Solutions budget, but they're unfunded. The model for delivering that program currently is that as departments look to hire those positions, they independently fund them in their department, the wages and fringe and benefits. So we hold the positions in our staff complement, but they don't affect our overall budget.
Gotcha.
All right. So do you expect any staff growth here with the expectation that we could lose funds? We may lose funds, which means we will have reduced programming. So we'll stand flat here.
Madam Chair, yes. So our priority focus going into this budget cycle was retaining 100% of current staff in our department to be able to deliver current programming. We are not adding additional staff currently or growing our kind of overall staffing structure going into this budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, so again, to build off of some of the discussion here in clarifying terms. So mandated services that are attached to the formulaic grants, or however we want to phrase that. Can you use layman's terms to describe what that looks like? So often, again, from our earlier budget conversations, people who are used to working in a business climate will say, well, if somebody's not paying your bills, you just stop doing that work. You would just say, well, I guess you're no longer buying my service, so we'll not do that anymore. What does it look like for when you have mandated services and then these formula-funded grants? I just walk us through why that causes some funding pressures for us here at the county and in your program.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, I would respond to that with our mandated services in the most simplified way of understanding ultimately is MFIP. So we provide employment and training services to individuals who are receiving financial assistance. The formula funding is what is provided to us as a department as a designated workforce development area through our workforce board with WIOA and the combination of TANF to support those services for individuals who are currently county involved in receiving those services. So that's what kind of distinguishes our voluntary versus mandated in maybe the simplest form. I could probably do a better job giving you more detail on that. But ultimately where the pressures are is that the revenue is not increasing at the same rate as the services that we need to provide. So we are taking a look as a department on how do we reorganize to be able to align to those formula dollars and to be able to maximize them to continue to serve our residents and to prioritize the unique employment and career needs that our community needs who are receiving those services.
And then I will say I have been quite engaged with our business community in my district. Yesterday, I was with the Northern Chamber Group in Arden Hills and Shoreview, and we were also in Vadnais Heights Economic Development Corporation as they were looking at Paid Family Medical Leave Act. And I know that both of these organizations have had businesses who have been beneficiaries of some of the different kinds of workforce programming and employee programming that we have been able to provide at the county, as well as in some of the social service programs that we're at with our Youth Works with the Suburban Ramsey Family Collaborative. I had a busy day yesterday in community. And the reason why I bring this up is when we talk about dollars and programs, when we talk about these intergovernmental transfers, and we're having these very dry budget talks, in the end, this impacts people in community. Can you describe what you feel this will mean, these loss of dollars will mean for our vendor partners, for the organizations that work with our business community, with our businesses themselves, and then individuals looking for work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, yes, there are absolutely pressures that our business partners and community-based organizations are facing in this fiscal climate as well. The reduction to grants definitely do affect them as much as it affects our department. And, you know, we have had a lot of conversation and kind of working through MOB, the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards, to kind of think through how do we continue to redistribute those funds into community to help sustain or supplement some of the areas where funding is being lost. I think it's an unfortunate symptom of grant reductions, but where there's opportunity within Workforce Solutions, again, is to kind of rethink. I kind of go back to the ARPA funds that are kind of going away. How do we leverage our existing allocations and grants to be able to still provide and invest in our business community? I would also highlight that through our collaboration with Community and Economic Development, carrying forward our inclusive economy initiative is really significant, and so being able to provide some services and technical support that they might not be able to provide themselves with the loss of those dollars will be carried forward through our collaboration across departments as well.
Excellent. Well, and a follow-up to that too is I often hear from folks, well, that was COVID dollars for COVID issues. But as we learned in an earlier workshop talking about our community indicators, in a robust and thriving diverse economy that Minnesota has, we often feel the effects of some of these market disruptions a little later, and then the recovery comes a little later. So some of the families that are now needing to access these services, it's hitting them now, right as those service dollars are being sunsetted. And so I bring this up because I do appreciate that this is not a heavy Ramsey County tax property funded program, but it's tremendously important for our community, and so just making sure that we're highlighting that so that when we're doing our work at our legislative side, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right. So the reduction in $5 million in these formula grants you said isn't coming from federal dollars, then where are the loss of these dollars coming from? Is that,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevon Singh, it's not just the formula grant. So
Okay.
it's that reduction of $5 million is a combination of the direct appropriations, reduction in the allocations to our formula grants and state grants, as well as the loss of the federal pandemic relief funds that we received through the American Rescue Plans Act.
thank you for that clarification.
Okay, County Manager Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Director O'Neill. Those were really great responses. I want to take us up a level for the whole organization based on the first question you asked about the impact of grants to our organization and where those constraints come from. Grants are obviously quite prescriptive because someone's paying us to do something, and oftentimes they give us an administrative amount. And I will say Workforce Solutions, many of our departments are doing a great job at leveraging those administrative dollars. As expenses go up in our organization, things that you heard from like Director Kruger or Director Ganatra, you know, like things on those internal areas, they put pressure on those administrative charges. And even if we're doing really great at getting to our 10 or 15%, sometimes the admin is above and beyond that. And when the grants go down and we don't have a lot of extra levy to throw in there, it means that we have to shift other things in order to just to continue to do business as usual. So that's one, I think, very important thing to understand about the grant pressures as they go down. The other thing, and I think this ties then to your last question, and then we can be done with what I have to say, but in terms of the prescriptiveness and sort of the community changing needs, I will say in this area, one of the biggest challenges of the youth grants are you're supposed to serve a significant number, like 75 or 80% in-school youth. Director O'Neill doesn't get to decide like, oh, I can do this partnership with this youth-facing organization or with this department because they have needs. She has to focus on in-school or out-of-school youth. I'm sorry, I said it the opposite. 80% out-of-school youth. We all know with the pandemic, the young people who are in school are quite needy in terms of the things that they need. And so the grants haven't sort of changed their prescriptiveness while our community needs have changed. So I just really want to say like the grant sort of funded structure, you know, across the board, and this is just not Workforce Solutions, whether you're talking public health or social services, so from a high county-wide level, as our cost of doing business continues and the grants continue to go down, we have to make significant decisions as to what we can and can't do. And already isn't very flexible the way it is. So hopefully that's a little more helpful big picture context. So, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Zone.
Thank you. And just following that, County Manager, it sounds like, you know, as a county, are we unique in this, in facing these challenges with the formulas, divvying out in this way?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, no, this is not unique to the county. This is kind of standard across the workforce ecosystem. So any workforce development area and board that receives these formula funds is navigating the same pressures at the same time, which is why it's a huge asset to our regional ecosystem to have associations like the Minnesota Association of Workforce Boards to be advocating and supporting and working collaboratively to address some of the restrictions that the grants present when we're thinking through the programs and things that we will prioritize, as well as ensuring that the state really has a clear understanding of how the Workforce Development Fund is really essential to carrying forward our work.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think it's just really important for us to continue to work across these other different associations too, including AMC as well, to like amplify that issue and with our legislative team. Because I am looking at page 401 where the dollars are coming in by projects. And I see, big shifts or, us losing out $1 million for MFIP. For SNAP, it's gone entirely, and that's almost $500,000. Minnesota Youth Program is decreased in half, as well as the state dislocated worker. Are those all formula-based?
Mm-hmm. Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, yes.
Wow.
For the most part.
Yeah, so, and I was just trying to follow this conversation, tying to County Manager, your original budget presentation earlier last week or 2 weeks ago about the investment in workforce is that while we're seeing a decrease in overall spending, the increases, we are taking on that cost through our levy. So I just wanted to call that out and to also ask for affirmation. Is that what you were referring to? Is that the investment in workforce solutions is on our property taxes? That even though like what we see in terms of operations, the cost is decreasing from 2025, but we are adding it onto our levy because some of these are decreasing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, that is not what I meant. When I was talking about workforce investment, that was our class and compensation investment in our own county employees.
Oh, okay, so not workforce
Not
solutions.
workforce solutions.
Okay.
So we did make an additional investment of $350,000. We did so in a couple of heavily grant-funded areas to give them a little bit of extra levy to buffer some of these cuts, if that makes sense. But no, that's not what I meant. That was for the class and comp.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So, this is like really important. We want to really work towards helping individuals to be self-sufficient and have the training and the tools, and with the pullback of grants, it could make the other side of the work that we do to support families even greater. And so it's a huge demand on us as county to provide services with some ways, maybe less dollars to do it, looking into 26 and 27. Just for the public to know, this is where we are, and looking at the dollars that are coming in, that also must go out. And we're going to let you take the last question, and
I just wanted to lift up to say, when we look at creating one Ramsey County, and we look at how we, each of the different departments can be supportive of each other and to integrate our work, I'm very impressed with the work of Workforce Solutions in the way that the programs and the different, even some of the exchange of staff and the interpollination of different work programs within our youth justice area, within community and economic development, and there are other areas too that I know through our work together, and I just think that this is a model for all of our service areas to be thinking about the broad set of resources and opportunities for us to be working tighter as an organization. So I just want to say that to your team. I appreciate seeing that reflected in your budget.
Thank you. And with that, do you want any additional last words?
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. That concludes my presentation. I feel honored to be able to follow my predecessor, County Manager Ling Becker, and to carry us into the future. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to our Community Economic Development around Housing Redevelopment Authority with Director Olson.
Thank you for lightening the mood.
It's very intimidating, I know. I'm up here and I'm feeling the pressure.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having me. My name is Josh Olson, and I have the honor and the privilege to serve as the Director of the Community Economic Development Department. I'm here today to present our budget for 26-27. A special thank you to many folks here and in the audience, County Manager Becker, Deputy County Manager Carrie Collins, Michael, who's not here, Michael Coogan, Tom Ock, Nikki Smith, Max Holdies, and Tanisha Johnson-Trice, as well as the rest of the CED team. This really was a team effort. The department, our Community Economic Development Department, and I apologize ahead of time if I slip into acronym world, but I will do my best to start there by saying what these are. But our CED department is funded through a combination of general county levy, Housing and Redevelopment Authority levy, Environmental Response Fund, federal entitlement programs known as CDBG, which is the Community Development Block Grant Program, as well as the Home Partnership Program, which is also a federal entitlement program, as well as state funding through the State Affordable Housing Aid and Local Affordable Housing Aid, also known as LAHA. I'll take a breath there because it is so rich with acronyms and rich with the number of funding programs. CED's department budget begins on page 405 in your budget book. CED's department budget is further outlined in the Housing and Redevelopment Authority section, and that section is located on page 589. CED department's core functions support the development and maintenance of the county's affordable housing infrastructure, expanding opportunities for wealth creation through our home ownership and affordable housing development, redeveloping underutilized properties, supporting the remediation and cleanup of polluted brownfield sites, navigating economic development resources, and encouraging job growth. As one of the smallest and still one of the newest departments in the county, CED is an incredibly talented team of 14 that brings unwavering passion, creativity, professionalism each day, and a bendable attitude that has helped us be successful in responding to crises and navigating a near constant flow of new and different resources. I'd like to direct you to page 407, which is where major changes are located. In terms of major changes, CED includes the similar operational increases as other county departments. I want to acknowledge and express my appreciation for that investment in our important resource, our employees. The listed revenue reduction is indicative of anticipated reductions in the home program and the environmental response fund. In the case of the environmental response fund, which is a fund sourced through a mortgage registry and deed tax on most property sale transactions, this reduction is illustrative, indicating a recent trend showing lower revenues coming in to the fund over the last 6 to 9 months. CED's budget builds in an additional FTE to support the oversight and administration of affordable housing infrastructure programming. This additional FTE is principally resulting from the arrival of the Local Affordable Housing Aid, or aka the housing sales tax, where CED plays a key role. While I firmly believe there is sufficient justification that CED's need exceeds the 1 FTE that we've proposed, this measured expansion of the CED team demonstrates the unique and sometimes hidden talents of a CED team to take on different responsibilities to stretch the body of work of CED, evidenced by our ability to take on over $70 million in one-time funding in the last 5 years and deliver it to community in a timely and effective and equitable manner. Second, it builds on our learnings from moments of swell while integrating our new anticipated capacities through the arrival of a software that enhances intake, evaluation, monitoring, and compliance of our portfolio of projects. I'll further touch on this point later in my remarks. And lastly, reinforces that this county responsible service by Ramsey County and all Minnesota counties to deploy this new funding requires distinct administration. In 2025, the county board approved, just this past year and this last couple months, approved 27 projects totaling $18 million. In a translation, LAHA has effectively doubled the number of projects and spending that CED administers on a yearly basis. While LAHA legislation did not provide clear guidance on administrative cost allowances, this FTE will be paid, or is being proposed to be paid predominantly through the HRA levy funding, but we will remain hopeful that legislative clarity is gained in the coming year. While I'm amazed daily by the skills, creativity, and responsiveness of the CED team that is unafraid to take on big challenges, I'm humbled to acknowledge that there is a tipping point, even for this incredible team. Furthermore, the 26-27 CED budget reflects a continuation of the board's direction outlined in the Economic Competitiveness and Inclusion Plan and its strategic priorities. This budget continues to advance the implementation of recommended actions in that plan, investing in affordable housing infrastructure, redevelopment programming, supporting entrepreneurs and small businesses while advancing unparalleled real estate projects in Rice Creek Commons and River's Edge. All of this with an eye towards ensuring a supply of stable housing options, building intergenerational prosperity, and aligning with the county manager's priorities, including operating as one Ramsey County, investing in organizational excellence, advancing partnerships, and supporting long-term fiscal health. Pardon me as I kind of weave a few of the titles or the sections located on page 408 in my next remarks. So our 26 and 27 budget could be best summarized in 3 words: sustain, blend, and brace. While CED operates the HRA levy as one of several resources, including all those I listed out at the beginning, it's undeniable that the HRA levy has become the catalyst and remains our primary funding source. 2026 will mark the 5th year of the HRA levy. So as our growth in new programming tapers and our focus shifts towards improving program effectiveness, efficiency, and ensuring the deepest impact, our core programs of affordable housing investment solicitation, that's our spring solicitation where we approve large-scale and small-scale affordable housing projects, our emerging and diverse developers program, our critical corridors program, and our first home program are well-established, sufficiently resourced, but yet also oversubscribed. While these programs increasingly compete for the HRA levy, CED has and will continue to adjust eligibilities to keep with the market demands while leveraging other funding to maintain our flexibility and responsiveness. We've already made some adjustments and will continue to embed climate resiliency into our project and programs. Key partnerships. CED's programs, projects, and initiatives are dependent on partnerships. The success of CED over the last several years, both in its personal growth, but also in its growth in programming, is directly related to our ability to effectively partner with cities, residents, real estate community, and community organizations. We've had success and will continue to build partnerships through our project solicitation process, our seeding of a pipeline of new and different projects, and through better marketing and promotion. We're not standing idle until 2026 in our efforts to advance new and enhanced partnerships. Our Reimagination Resource Center initiative is an intentional effort to partner with our business community organizations, knowing that these organizations have vital relationships with our business community and our businesses. This initiative seeks to reimagine the partnership with the county and each other, assisting organizations in building the necessary capacity they need to meet the needs of business clients, while pairing it with new programmatic funding and direct business resources to support growth. We relied heavily on many of these diverse and unique business community organizations during the pandemic, and we thank them for that. We're excited to listen, to learn, and to evaluate from our community organizations where and how the county, as well as CED, can show up to support our entrepreneurs and small businesses. I'll again expand on this point in my later remarks. Our cities play an integral role in our CED programming. In addition to the required procedural role that our cities play in funding projects, they play an important role in leveraging their own funding, connections, expertise, and sometimes their programmatic overlaps to support residents and businesses. CED will continue to build upon that momentum forged in 2024 and 2025 when we were active attending city council meetings, meeting with city staff, community organizations in the discussions and recaps of the HRA levy. We're not waiting until 2026 to continue to advance those partnerships. CED, this one's a little bit warm to my heart, but CED has reformatted its team meetings to take them on the road. As a team, we're meeting with and in our different cities. This is a new format for us, but I'm very excited to see the collaborative spirit kindled in these interactions when our collective teams are listening and learning together. CED will continue to foster existing partnerships and seek new ones to ensure the availability availability and affordability of affordable housing is well resourced. With over a half dozen funding streams, CED successfully operates a blended model, approaching both department operations as well as its deployment of programming for the betterment of program participants as well as its partners. 2025 was the first year for the county's allocation of LAHA dollars, or the housing sales tax dollars. As I mentioned earlier, LAHA represents a major funding source now for us. And the arrival of LAHA has also added extra flexibility. In the one area where that extra flexibility shows up, currently CED's portfolio of business programming is funding solely by the CED's general county levy. This past year, the county sought, through legislative change, the flexibility to utilize the existing HRA levy to include business programming as an eligible use. The county was successful in that effort, and while the budgetary impact of this change will not be instantaneous, we will use the rest of this year, as well as 26, to sustain our business programming using our county levy, while reconnecting with our cities to seek their official actions. We'll continue to listen and to use our learnings while we piloted through our Reimagination Resource Center initiative work and evaluate what we hear and learn to develop programs and tools for business programming beginning in 2027. The housing crisis, and many of you have heard me say this before, but the housing crisis is a multifaceted and deep-rooted. Our investments in the multiple levers of economic development that lead to job creation and raises wages is more sustainable and a more resilient pathway to tackle this multifacetedness of a crisis and soften the root structure of long-standing inequities. Our Emerging and Diverse Developers program is a great example of our work here, combining a housing program with a business development program. And just this past fall, or it's actually right now, our 2025 EDD learning cohort had over 160 interested applicants with just over 50 available spots available in the cohort and in our small groups. There's a lot to be concerned arising from our budget proposals at the federal level and what it means to two core legacy funding streams of this department, CDBG and Home. While devastating those future cuts may be, Ramsey County's actions through the last two biennial budgets has demonstrated the proactive shifts towards a more flexible, more sustainable, and more locally driven funding model, led predominantly by the HRA levy. CED's flexible philosophy to matching appropriate program and project to the funding streams as opposed to the other way around reflects our ability to sustain necessary programs even in the face of funding cuts. As I mentioned earlier, we intend to use the learnings from recent years. Deploying $37 million of American Rescue Plan dollars towards affordable housing was no small feat. It resulted in adding and preserving over 1,000 affordable units, 410 of which are at that deeply affordable level. It has given us the confidence and the muscle to tackle important near-term sprint exercises. Just this past month, CED began its transition over to a new data and project tracking system known as Neighborly. This was a strategic investment. It was identified during our last biennial budget with an eye towards operational excellence. We're excited by this new opportunity that will allow us to use this enhanced data tracking and analysis tool and position CED to be better prepared to adapt. As I kind of slow down and look towards the next few pages here, I just want to say that the cuts proposed at the federal level in other areas of affordable housing marketplace are a major threat to maintaining CED's programs and initiatives. We do not have a clear vision of what this may mean. What is worrisome to us is the potential hits that it would to our partners. While CED's budget does not incorporate all contingencies of all cuts at the federal level, it's impossible to fully ignore the possible cascading impacts. In order to be proactive and be the trusted partner and leader CED is looking ahead by looking back. The great work of the ECI plan, or the Economic Competitiveness and Inclusion Plan, at a moment during the heights of the COVID pandemic, is to use our strength as a convener and trusted collaborator. The current ECI plan reinforced the importance of the intersections and linkages between affordable housing, redevelopment, workforce development, business supports. That work will continue to be implemented moving forward. But as we look forward, this budget incorporates an update to the ECI plan. The ECI Plan 2.0 will continue to center community and build off the collective energies of Workforce Solutions and CED departments who previously led this plan. And I'm excited that the ECI plan will further demonstrate a One Ramsey County by moving needles and expanding affordable housing infrastructure, growing jobs, lifting wages, while supporting long-term fiscal health with more county partners. Our initial lift in moving an update to the ECI plan begins with a fiscal health analysis, which Deputy County Manager Collins mentioned in her remarks. Thank you for the opportunity to present this budget, and I stand ready for your questions.
All right, any question? Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. There's such amazing work that you've outlined here that you all are doing, and it's also awesome just to see the different revenue streams that you all have to do the work that you are doing. I want to follow up on your comments in regards to CDBG and the home. Just want to clarify from you, do you feel confident that in the event we see those two funding streams cut, that we're able to absorb those costs in the other revenue streams? Are you confident that we'll be able to do that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, I will never feel 100% confident, but I will tell you we've been well prepared and we've positioned ourselves over the last several budget cycles to move in that direction. Partially, not because of cuts, but because of program eligibility reasons. CDBG and home programs, while extremely vital and helpful to community and advancing projects, come with strings. They come with difficult rules and requirements and compliance. And we've successfully navigated that and moved projects that we think really neatly can fit into those parameters. But to answer that question more directly, yeah, absolutely. We've begun that move, and the HRA levy, and now with the housing sales tax dollars, we're better positioned to absorb those challenges and those cuts.
Great. And as a follow-up, you mentioned kind of the cascading effect of some of the other areas in the, specifically I'm thinking of the federal government, that we may not be receiving, direct funding for, but you will feel the impacts. I'm thinking specifically when it comes to housing and, potential cuts to Section 8 vouchers. Can you kind of elaborate on, if something like that were to happen, the cascading effect that it could have on the work that you all are doing, especially in regards to HRA?
Yeah, I apologize. I can't rattle off these numbers quite like my Deputy County Manager, Max Holdusen, can, but there is a substantial number of vouchers that are utilized within Ramsey County today. That is, for lack of a better word, a transaction that happens between another governmental partner and a resident, that it is outside of our control and our purview at Ramsey County. But we fund the projects where project-based vouchers and where individuals who are living in housing that utilize vouchers, those investments that we make into those projects are blended into that. And so substantial cuts, substantial changes in that arena could very quickly require us to change how we approach projects, how we support projects, because, again, affordable housing tends to be one of the most complicated financial real estate transactions there are because of the number of funding sources that are required. You take away one or you change the rules in one thing, it could really change the dynamics of other areas. And we have become a very important core investor in those projects.
And I'm going to put you on the spot. You may not have this number. If not, if you could send it to us, that'd be great. How many Ramsey County residents rely on Section 8 vouchers?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, in the interest of being correct, I'll get you that information after today.
Okay, Commissioner Zong.
I think it's 19.
Director, may you help us to understand some of the rationale that is being reflected in the current budget here with these anticipated cuts in federal funds, that we are still anticipating the same level for federal funds in CDBG and home?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I do have a piece of good news related to the federal funding. So I didn't mention this in my remarks, but we did receive our CDBG allocation for next year. So that will show up in the 26 as nearly correct. 2027 isn't anticipated, and we're hopeful that that number will be at that level, if not more. But there is conflicting information coming from Washington as to what will happen within the Housing and Urban Development, or HUD space. So I hope, Commissioner Jung, that answers part A of that question in terms of we anticipate no changes, at least for 26, and then we'll assess what might be changes in 27.
And then just going on to the revenue streams here, that shouldn't we budget less for IRF then, just seeing the trends of the transaction, the sales that are declining?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I actually failed to mention that in my last remarks. So we did anticipate some changes in home, that is reflective of the changes that have happened in Washington for 26, which is just a slight reduction there. As well as for IRF, for the Environmental Response Fund, we did lower our number. Again, that is an illustrative placeholder. That is, interestingly enough, a fund that comes in monthly, and so we can track things. Even in the deepest bowels of recessions, there's still transactions that happen that keep that fairly steady, although we do see decreases. So the number that you see in your budget today is reflective of a trend that we have been seeing, which is just lower receipts. But having said that, it isn't a definitive number either.
Okay, and then my last one is that this may be a typo, but on page 416, it lumps together the state affordable housing aid and the emerging and diverse developers together for revenue or project grant of $6.8 million. Is it saying also that the emerging and diverse developers program is funded through SAHA then?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I think, yes, that would be considered a typo. It's how the coding of this project account was established, which combined both SAHA and housing developers. The original, for what it's worth, the original SAHA award, the first award, was to a EDD participant or project, and so I'm thinking that might be the connection to it and reason why it moves forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just thank you so much, Director Olson, for all your good work. And it's just so amazing to me who've been here through the growth of this amazing department. When I first got here 12 years ago, this was not in existence, led by our Deputy County Manager, Carrie Collins, and you and your great team that has grown, not by very much, but you've put together this entire department that is doing such amazing work in our communities. Our communities kept asking, what are you doing about this? What are you doing about economic development? What are you doing about housing? And you put it together, and thank you, Deputy County Manager Collins and Director Olson, with your great team for doing this. And thank you, Commissioner Jean, for leading our HRA and really making this the department that it is today and continuing to grow. Just appreciate that. And I appreciate that you're working with our communities more. And just, I was fortunate to be able to be with your team, Commissioner Jean, Director Olson, going to all of my cities in my area. And I know that other of my colleagues have done the same, where you presented this to our cities, and they are very excited about working together with us on this, about the work they've already done, but continuing that work. So I appreciate you recognizing those really important partnerships. Just have to say, as I'm a broken record, as we all understand this, that the federal cuts that are coming down, even though we may be able to live with some of them, it means we're taxing ourselves. We're taxing ourselves with our local housing tax. We're taxing ourselves with HRA. So we're making up the difference with our own taxes, which is a good thing to be doing that we want to do, but we still need federal dollars. And the fact that they're going to be cutting, that they may be not, giving us as much as we may need. So we've had to reduce the Environmental Response Fund and different pots of money that we're not going to be able to do as much if we could combine our dollars with the federal dollars. And I think it's just unfortunate that we're not able to move as fast as we might want to. But I appreciate you being able to work with this budget. But I think it's going to be added to our list of the things that we're not able, that we're concerned about with this administration not following through on so many more of these funding streams that we use in our communities. But thank you for your great work on this, and we just look forward to having your continued work in our communities. So appreciate it.
And again, congratulations on receiving those 2026 federal dollars. Commissioner Jebensing.
Yes, and it's just, I'm familiarizing myself with some of these different funding streams. So if you've already touched on this, I apologize. On page 411, on fiscal year 24, under state dollars, there's $6.8 million, and then it goes to zero. Can you tell us what that's about?
That's under the property tax levy line.
Yeah, it's under Community and Economic Development on page 411. Under revenue, it says we have our intergovernmental revenue. Federal's at 1.5 million in fiscal year 24, and the state's at 6.8 million. Federal dollars continue to be fairly consistent for the next 3 years, but state just drops off to nothing. I'm just wondering what happened with that fund.
Yeah, that's a great question. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jebensing. So actually, that is where the LAHA, the housing sales tax dollars, for the first allocation show up. If we were to look at actual FY 25 actuals, which don't show up on this, you would see the 11 plus million that was awarded through the housing sales tax dollars towards affordable housing projects earlier this year. So that's where it shows up. We don't, the housing sales tax dollars are kind of a new thing and how they're woven into our departmental budgets.
So that's not an actual loss in dollars, it's just the way it's being accounted for within our budgets?
Correct.
Okay, that's very reassuring. And then the other one is on page 416. I see grants designated in fiscal year 24, project grants are listed, and I'm referring to ones like the Cedar View Commons apartment and the ones underneath that, but I don't see anything for 25, 26, and 27. Is this just because these grants haven't been determined yet, or is that a one-time project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jebensing, I'll need to go back to the answer on why those may or may not be budgeted for FY 25 or proposed in 26 and 27. These are related to prior projects that received funding that were associated with mostly CDBG money. And so these show up as program income towards them. I would need to check back with my team to understand if that is a yearly thing or if that is a payment out piece that happened in 24.
Let's have our CFO respond.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So departments have some choices about how they budget for, bring grants forward, depending on how reliable, how consistent they are. You can put them in your budget, and as part of when the board passes the budget, they become part of the base budget, and they don't need to come back to the board generally. Or you can bring them to the board in an RBA and get authority to use those, and then they show up in your budget. In other areas, you've seen them show up across here because that area has decided they were consistent enough and they had enough confidence that they were putting it in their base budget. And in this particular area, we've seen it now twice where they've determined they'd rather come forward with an RBA, as either they like to bring the RBA and tell you guys all about their amazing grants, which is awesome, or they feel like it's not consistent enough and they want to make sure that they bring it forward that way.
I appreciate that. You know, these budget documents are not only confusing for our residents who are trying to follow along with how we're spending their dollars, but for us as well. And when there are those different ways that they're presented from one department to the other, I appreciate your explanations. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Zong.
And finally, I just, with the added FTE, I just also want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that your department has undergone and been able to do, and with the programming, the impact that we have had in the community. That I would say and be supportive of this added FTE because of the amount of work that goes into now future compliance and also tracking the projects and making sure that, you know, they are actually delivering on what they said that they would to. So I would understand the need to add an FTE.
Okay, Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to quickly go through, or have you go through the role that the county plays when it comes to redevelopment projects. I know that you mentioned a couple of them on page 409, but thinking just specifically with my district of potential opportunities coming in the future, with the understanding that ultimately the cities that they're in are the land use authority. Can you kind of walk through for those who are watching, like the role that the county plays and how you all are preparing for those future developments as they get underway?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, thank you for that question. And I kind of answer that question in two parts. When the county owns the property, it takes on a slightly different pathway. And so in the case of Rice Creek Commons as well as River's Edge, that is a different role the county plays. And in cases that we've seen recently, it's a very intensive involvement in process. That's not to say that we are not involved in other large-scale redevelopment projects. Our just role shifts. And in almost all instances, we fill an important role often as convener, where we still, even not as Ramsey CED as economic development, but Ramsey County as providing economic development. You heard from my colleagues earlier who operate and manage the roadway system and the transit system. These are elements of economic development that obviously intersect, no pun intended, redevelopment, especially large-scale redevelopment projects. So it's a little bit long-winded answer to say we're very involved. We come to the table as the projects progress, but we tend to take a pretty light role in those early steps because there's a lot of land use work that the cities need to do. We become a trusted partner, we become a data provider, we become, kind of providing that baseline information that may be important to jurisdictions as they weigh differing proposals or differing scenarios. And so that's where we pull the full Ramsey County team together. As these projects do take flight, that is often where CED fits into that picture more directly. Projects like some of the projects within your district, Commissioner McMurtry, including a golf course, we know, generally speaking, I don't want to claim to know it exactly, but we know that there will probably be environmental situations and issues. Well, that's where our environmental response fund often fits in. If there's conversations around housing, that is where our affordable housing opportunities show up. Critical corridors in the early planning, and and development work. So we shift and we change and we adapt in those moments. I will say we've seen in some jurisdictions where they're smaller, where they don't have as deep of a bench of staff and consultants, that sometimes cities will rely a little bit more on us, whereas in other cases, like the city of St. Paul, we were a little less involved in the Ford plant development. We're a little less involved in the Hillcrest project known as the Heights, just because they have a deeper bench of people and experts and technical advisory services.
No, I appreciate that, and it's really helpful, and I wanted you to walk through that just because I know a number of folks in the community as I've been out and about. That's one of the top questions. They think, all right, the county's to the rescue, but I think it's important to kind of walk through the role that we play, and that we will be at the table, but may not be to the extent, especially when we look at some properties in which we own and where we play a larger role. So I appreciate walking through that process and what our efforts look like at certain points throughout the process.
Commissioner Murtry, thank you for that question and that awareness, because what I hear is that, you're doing a really good job of recognizing that we don't always have to lead, right? And we can be stronger partners in other ways. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you for the question. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? See none? You'd like to close us out, or you done? Director Olson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to housing stability with Director Yang. Nolly Yang, because we have two Yangs, so Nolly Yang.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am fortunate to follow my colleague, Director Olson, because he has laid down some of the foundations in regards to acronyms that I may be alluding to as well. My name is Nolly Yang. I serve as the Director of Housing Stability. Really want to highlight the fact that this is an interim position, and so I thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to come in front of you. Housing Stability's budget can be found on page 419 to 430 in the budget book. As one of the newest departments under Ramsey County, Housing Stability exists to reduce barriers, eliminate racial disparities, and maximize key housing functions that create pathways to long-term affordable housing. Housing Stability's goal is to align all resources, funding, staffing, and programs along the housing continuum. This continuum includes homelessness prevention, emergency shelter, supportive housing, subsidized housing, and making long-term stability achievable. This also includes aligning housing efforts with Ramsey County's economic competitiveness and inclusion vision plan, reducing and eliminating racial disparities in housing and homelessness efforts, and serving as a collaborative partner with community members, planners, and other housing services providers. As noted on page 420, Housing Stability's complement will remain the same for 2026 and 2027. The most notable change to Housing Stability will be in our department's leadership. Speaking on behalf of our staff in the department, we are grateful to community partners and county leadership, most notably Deputy Director Collins, for their continued grace and support during this time of transition. The Housing Stability Department advances organizational excellence by strategically investing in the following priorities: operating as one Ramsey County, as has previously been outlined by outlined by County Manager Becker. Housing Stability will be moving out of the Economic Growth and Community Investment Service team at the end of this year. To that extent, it will be important for Housing Stability and its staff to keep in mind that as we move forward in our work, we indeed continue to operate as one Ramsey County. Housing stability will keep the work relationships that we currently have with the departments under EGCI, strengthening the work that we already do with our new service team departments, and learn about other county department initiatives so as to create new collaborative relationships where our work overlaps to improve the lives of county residents. Housing stability will also thread this one Ramsey County priority throughout the work that we do with Ramsey County's continuum of care, which we refer to sometimes also as Heading Home Ramsey. As noted on page 421, the work of housing stability is deeply rooted in partnerships and collaboration, both within systems and with community partners. Advancing partnerships. Housing stability will work on deepening collaboration with other jurisdictions, such as cities and schools, to align shared goals, maximize resources, and explore new opportunities for both partnerships and for the provision of services. Housing stability will continue to invest in partnerships that advance racial equity and strive to connect with people with lived experiences so that they too will have a voice at the decision-making table. As a department and as the lead agency for Ramsey County's continuum of care, Housing Stability works in collaboration with over 30 community partners. We value their commitment to the work and to the residents that we all serve. In terms of long-term pressures, noting that that these may or may not be within Housing Stability's control currently. These include the transient nature of our warming centers and their annual workload on both Housing Stability staff and the community. We know that a long-term solution is needed, and we will continue to lift this up as a priority. Funding also has become more scarce, so there is the need for Heading Home Ramsey and Housing Stability to centralize prevention resources for a one-door approach to determining eligibility for services and providing the financial assistance that's needed in a timely manner. Additionally, there is a need to coordinate with regional metro counties so that systems align, because as we know, homelessness knows no county or city borders. We also need to make conscious decisions at the local level, because as federal funds become more scarce and as eligibility criteria become harder to meet, there are organizations and providers in the community who decide to give up federal funding. In our role at Housing Stability, it's our job to make sure that we recapture those funds and reallocate them according to needs in our community. Finally, the impact of the termination of the Housing Stability Services Program by the Minnesota Department of Human Services and the lack of the same or similar services during this time of transition that it will take DHS to retool that particular program will make it hard for our community organizations to provide the level of services that they have in the past too. So in conclusion, Housing Stability is in good company with other county departments who are faced with hard decisions in these uncertain times. We look forward to welcoming strong new leadership at the helm of our department as a first step to 2026. Again, thank you for this opportunity, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, Commissioner Murtry, and then Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. First, on page 420, you mentioned the Housing Stability anticipates reductions in revenue from both random moments and grant administration. For the random moments piece, is the reduction due to staff not using it? Like, are we not using it as much as we should to kind of get those funds?
So random moments are a way for DHS to determine funding to counties. The way that Housing Stability was stood up allowed for financial workers in FAS, Financial Assistance Services, to also move over to the department to support the work of Housing Stability. In some instances, when DHS asks for random moments, depending on like what the jobs that the current financial workers are doing, the way that the financial workers who are in Housing Stability do their work does not meet the criteria for DHS to actually allow for payment of those particular captures of that one point in time services. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Can we let the CFO extend on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for the question. And Director Yang is not incorrect. How it works is through all these programs that are eligible for random moments, you'll get a pop-up and you tell them what you're doing in that moment. And we estimate how much we're going to get. I'm going to preview tomorrow's presentation a little bit. When you're here with Health and Wellness, you're going to see an investment in 2 new random moment trainers in order to support this work across the entire county so that we do a better job of making sure we're maximizing the revenue that we are eligible for. I think the new organizational alignment is going to help us partner in new ways to make sure that we're maximizing random moments. So you're seeing this here because that is the reality of what the budget is, and we are hopeful in the future as we invest in these trainers that that reality will change to something stronger and at a minimum buffer us against some of the changes that might be coming from the federal government.
No, I really appreciate that because I was going to mention, I see that in tomorrow's that we're adding 2 FTEs around random moments. So I'm like, so can they work with you all as well? So it's nice to hear that it's going to be a county-wide approach with those 2 new FTEs to make sure we're capturing.
Madam Chair, or Commissioner, sorry. I did want to point out the reason that is that way is the state only allows 1 agency to be the random moment.
Gotcha.
There's only Housing can't have their own random
Gotcha.
moment, and FAS can't have their own. There is 1, and so we collaborate to make sure that Ramsey County is maximizing that work.
Great. Okay. Sounds great. Then I had 2 other questions. One from page 421, you highlight the benefits of the youth council that's been established and how it's been great to get the insights of our youth and their perspectives as you're thinking about, design and policy development. Over the last, couple of years, I've been reading more and more of how, in our community, the fastest growing demographic that's experiencing homelessness are seniors. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to also create, a senior council just to get the perspective of that group that we know are experiencing it now at a high rate.
It is Thank you, Commissioner.
I gave you more work to do. I apologize.
Is that in the budget?
You're correct. We also see that in our demographic trends. Annually, we do a point-in-time count. And we are seeing that, yes, homeless elders are tracking upwards. And so it would be to our benefit to also be able to establish some kind of advisory group where their voices could be heard as well.
Right.
I agree.
Commissioner Jefferson.
I just want to add to that point, in our One Ramsey County and our working with our partnerships, I think that there is already groups that are working on this. I would say within our public health, there's our Living Well and our Aging Well work that's going on that's been very engaged with older adults as these different changes are affecting them, and also with Wilder, the Wilder Foundation and their work on their own community needs assessments has recently been talking about some of the trends in housing issues for our aging population. So we may be able to tap into existing resources and still be able to get some of that insight. Not to say that we shouldn't always continually be engaging all of our different communities, but given the transitions that are going on, it may give us a quick look to inform the work.
And I would think, looking in the house too, we do have a face-to-face that's working right here within Ramsey County, who's working particularly with youth. And I definitely agree with our senior. That is one of the highest growing population in homelessness. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Miller.
That's okay. Okay, going back to page 420, I just have a quick question on the housing stability. From the Office of Economic Opportunity, is this a formula allocation as well? And then you kind of touched on it briefly about how the state's how DHS is closing the state's housing stability department. And I just want to make sure it's clear that that has no effect on us, or does it have an effect on us, and do we receive dollars from them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, In terms of housing stability services, that is a state-run program. So we have no say in how they're going to retool it or like how they terminated the program. My understanding is that currently there is a 30-day comment period. DHS will need to submit a plan to the federal government. There will additionally be another 30-day comment period. And so for us, the impact of that program closing is that there are not additional services for us or other service providers who have been able to utilize HSS to provide wraparound services to our constituents who are facing homelessness. And then in regards to your other question, it is not a formula allocation to my knowledge. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just following on that comment, and thank you for all of your work and coming in and doing a great job on the budget presentation. So I'm just concerned about these, many of our budgets that are coming in with greater need and less resources. So yours just really smacks me in the face of the greater need that we have for housing stability and just the lack. I'm just curious, where are we? Where are these resources? There's not a dedicated funding source like LAHA. You know, the state gave us permission to tax ourselves to provide that, which is great. But I'm wondering, or to tax the sales on it, I'll just be more specific, to tax sales so that we could get that dollars. What is Heading Home Ramsey, which is a great coalition, and thank you, kudos to everyone who's involved with that. What are we thinking? How are we going to address the lack of resources with the, and we can do a whole workshop on this, I get it, but just if you have any nuggets of hope for us in this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for the questions. In regards to Heading Home Ramsey and what that is, so across the United States, there are geographic areas that are designated as continuums of care. In Ramsey County, we are our own COC 501, which means that within our continuum, there is an agency that can be designated as the lead agency for the continuum of care to apply for funding for our geographic location. Ramsey County, to my knowledge, has always been the lead agency for Ramsey County's continuum of care. So in that capacity, we serve as the lead agency. We apply on behalf of providers who are specifically designated a dollar amount based off of a couple of other criteria for our geographic area. And then if our COC's lead agency is successful, then the programs that are designated under that particular process are able to enter into contract with the federal government for dollars. So as the lead agency, we also are given planning grants, which allows us to then employ staff who work on behalf of the COC to make sure that there's coordination of services, there's coordination of meetings, there's like something that you guys may be familiar with called coordinated entry. That is a HUD mandate that we oversee as well in order to prioritize the families, the youth, and the single who are in need of services or shelter. And then in regards to your other question, Housing Stability's funding sources are specifically with the state, in addition to the federal dollars that we receive. We have always received funding from Minnesota Housing under the FHPAP program. And that program started, I believe, back in the 1990s. We more recently are able to access into the LAHA funds that Director Olson alluded to, in addition to a new revenue that is actually by the Department of Revenue called Local Homeless Prevention Aid dollars. Those are specifically targeted to families as well as to youth. And so in those instances when we have those dollars, those are the dollars that we either utilize internally or contract out for funding, and then we utilize levy dollars to leverage those funds that come in. So,
And I think in addition to that, we have a really great partnership with the city of St. Paul.
Yes.
I'm wondering, are there any other cities that is connected to Haiti Home Ramsey County Continuum of Care besides St. Paul?
So thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to our partnership with the City of St. Paul, we currently have a JPA with them for Emergency Solutions Grant funds. Those are federal dollars. And to my understanding, we have funding from them for the next biennium too, I believe. And then at that point, we will need to revisit the JPA to see if we would like to continue that. I would also like to highlight the fact that the City of St. Paul is also working on funding a new project specifically for families who utilize shelter on a fairly consistent basis. I believe it's going to be called Familiar Families. So we are working with the city right now to put together a JPA, and then we will be soliciting for a provider under that specific program.
That's awesome.
If I could just finish my thought,
Okay,
Madam
yes,
Chair.
please, go ahead.
Just, so thank you for all of that. As long as the state and federal government continue their funding streams, which we have not found to be so reliable these days. So I just hope that we'll continue to let our elected officials know how important these funding streams are, because this is the main funding stream for these programs, these federal and state grant programs, and we hope that they continue, although I'm nervous. So I guess we just will have to wait and see.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we are in communications with our other COC coordinators across the state of Minnesota, as well as state partners, to really monitor what's going on at the federal level and to see what the local impact will be.
Thank you.
We do have, this is a statewide initiative. How many COCs are there? Is it 8 or 10?
Madam Chair, across the state of Minnesota, there are 10 COCs.
There's 10 COCs. Okay, Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I kind of want to piggyback off of Commissioner McGuire's question, especially looking at the language on page 423, where you mentioned that the dependency on these unpredictable funding streams make it difficult to plan with confidence. Do we know how much, like a percentage of how much we're getting from state and federal that we depend on for shelter operations and supportive housing? Do you don't know that number, the percentage of how much that is?
I don't know that, Commissioner, off the top of my head, but I can give you that information at a later date.
Awesome. And then my other question is just looking at on page 427, the increase from FY25 to FY26 under state for the revenue is what funds is that? LAHA or something, like what money is that? That jump from 3.3 million in FY25 to 7.5 in FY26 on page 427.
My apologies, Commissioner. Page 427.
Yep, 427 under the revenue section under state. You see a jump from FY25 budget. It's at 3.3 million, and then it jumps to 7.5 million for FY26, and then 6.8 for FY27. Just wanted to get clarification on what that funding was.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but I believe so that is in the Housing Stability Grant Fund, and if you look on page 428, you also see grants new in FY26. I'm looking at my colleagues over there. That would be both the LAHA, affordable housing, that's in a project, and also the There's a couple other changes, but I'm looking at the OEO Direct Emergency Services Grant. If those are both in the Housing Stability Grant Fund, I would imagine that makes up that change. I'm looking for a nod from my finance team over there. Okay, great.
All right.
Okay.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Zong, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about just the partnership with the City of St. Paul, because, you know, in the mayor's budget proposal, you know, they're going to take away the HEART team. That's the Homeless Action Response Team. So I think that begs the question of, for us as a system, and we will see continued increase in homelessness, just knowing where the federal cuts are coming from. Where or how are we going to continue doing our business or changing how we do things? Like, are we going to be doing direct outreach to homeless encampments ourselves using, you know, either our public health or some of our co-responder models that we currently have in place? How does that look?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Shang, that's a great question. I think that that has been a continued concern, and we have been in continued conversations with the city as well. I would like to acknowledge that housing stability does not have the capacity to provide staff to do outreach to encampments. What we have done in the past is we have assisted when the city's HEART team did the outreach. Anybody who was interested in coming in, getting assessed for services, getting referrals, being placed on the housing waiting list, that has been where our space has been. And so you're correct, in times of limited resources, what we will need to do is we will really need to strengthen our relationships and see where we can overlap in terms of who does what, and also how to strengthen, you know, just our partnerships and how we do services.
Mm-hmm. And I only ask about this too because I know that it's going to be, you know, not just a St. Paul issue, but it's going to be a county-wide issue. Just looking at our dashboard about our homeless families and where they are, they're all over, not just in St. Paul. So I think that that's a really important piece that we have to consider here too in our budget here. So then, in your professional services then, you know, because I understand that there are sometimes like contracting that goes out for the engagement. Do you anticipate like needing an increase in that area? Since we don't have the staff to do that we would actually need more like contracted community partners to do it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Shang, in regards to that, yes, typically one of the things that works well with the COC is that we have partners who may sometimes be doing that work, and so we will partner with them in some way, shape, or form. The other thing that is good about the COC is that we have boots on the ground individuals who serve on work groups, who can highlight and identify needs and gaps, and then work that information up through the COC system so that we can then target resources if and when possible.
Okay, thank you.
I do think that's the strength of Heading Home Ramsey County, is those community partners that we have at the table doing this work individually and collectively. So Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, actually my questions really dovetail well with Commissioner Zhang's. On page 425, the professional services do go up for fiscal year 26. And my question was, are those our community partners who we're engaging to help with this work?
Yes. Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would say that yes. In some instances where housing stability does not have that capacity to perform specific services, we do contract out, and we work with procurement to make sure that there is a competitive solicitation that goes out, and then we review those using an evaluation team that consists of internal individuals as well as community individuals to make sure that there are folks at the table who can do the work and then contract out under that particular service.
And then given the dollars that are involved there, do you feel as if your department has the support to make sure that we're walking alongside those vendors to make sure we're being good stewards of these dollars?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, we do. That's one of the roles of our planners in our department. Planners work on policy as well as on contracts as well as on overseeing projects, and so every funding stream that we have has a designated planner associated with that. Yes.
Thank you. And then my other question has to do with the countywide response to homelessness and our encampments. And I guess this is more of a policy question just to throw into our collective space, not specifically for you to answer here today. But what is more along the line is, what is our current policy regarding assisting individuals in encampments within Ramsey County, considering their personal safety and general public safety, their personal safety, their health, public safety, public health. And I bring this up because there was a question earlier about partnerships with cities, and the city of St. Paul came up. And I know that a number of the cities in the suburban areas have been starting conversations with me because I'm new in this role, but continuing ongoing conversations with the county on their role, because to Commissioner Zhang's point, this is happening across our county, and wanting to make sure we have a collective and regional approach to this growing concern. So just kind of throwing that into our space so it doesn't just roll through as we're talking about this important issue.
Okay. And I send this over to County Manager Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Commissioners, for all your great questions. I have a few things as you guys are wrapping up with these questions. First of all, Director Yang, thank you so much for your leadership over these past weeks and months. You are taking on a big role here for us, and we really appreciate it. You did an excellent job today. I wanted to go back, and I think this will all loop together on a few things. When we were talking about the continuum of care, we definitely have a very unique relationship with the city of St. Paul because of that JPA. It is important to know that that continuum is all of Ramsey County. We've had historically Mayor Abrams serve on that continuum of care. Currently, we have the Vadnais Heights Mayor serving on it as well. So, I want to always make sure we're talking about the full ecosystem of all Ramsey County cities as we do that work. And that was an excellent call out. Commissioner Jevons saying that there is homelessness, housing instability beyond the boundaries of St. Paul. Certainly, a lot of times it gets concentrated in St. Paul because of the services and what's available here as well. So in terms of the encampment discussion, this is a hard topic for our community and certainly for our organization. We have been on many calls, Deputy County Manager Collins and I and Housing Stability team with the City of St. Paul when these things happen, and some of you commissioners too, as we've tried to strategize, who's on first, who's on second, and what's the role, right? Sometimes it depends on where the property is, who's making a decision on the closure, and then also, who has resources and what's our roles and responsibilities. Sometimes there's a public safety piece of it. Sometimes, our role has always been to ensure that there's some connection to those supportive services that particularly in relation to the COC and our community providers. There have been times where we've provided culturally specific outreach. We've done other things, there was encampment last winter. I remember that we provided some temporary storage. I mean, we've tried to do things to keep people safe as much as we can. The challenge, though, and I think I've spoken to several of you, is that we can't house everybody every time there is encampment closure or when even there's been a eviction situation in a large complex, for example. So we need to have some conversations ongoing with our partners, and I do think getting those lanes of clarity, and I've kind of told our staff, at some point we have to show up in these meetings and do what we're supposed to do and what we have resources to do, and we can't always do everything that is that the community needs, because sometimes it's not our role, and other times we just don't have the resources. So these are ongoing conversations we have to have, And we can bring it back as, I think encampments would be a good conversation for the county board for a workshop. Certainly similar, very much as we move into the winter, it becomes even more complicated with people, with fires and heat and all those things. In summer, it was hard too, because we had many days where we had very warm days and we were worried about people's health and well-being. So with all that, that's work in progress, and I appreciate the work of housing stability and all that. As we wrap up housing stability, I thought it'd be a good time for me to just tie the three departments together that were just part of this last section. I don't want to be the naysayer, but this is a really, really hard budget. And I appreciated Commissioner Ortega back when I presented the budget on September 2nd, thinking about our budget more than a 2-year, 4-year, maybe even as we talk about the 10-year shift. You're talking about the three departments that received significant resources when it came to health and well-being and stability after the pandemic. These were significant areas that the board made really big investments. And so as those sunset somewhat, and I would say, workforce and housing definitely are feeling a little more of it. CED's been able to find maybe other paths to kind of some stabilizing or leveling. We know that as people have pressures around SNAP, Medicaid, all these other things are happening in our ecosystem. That creates more demand for the very systems that we actually are now a little more fragilely holding as the social safety net for our community. So again, I keep stressing that we are trying to shore up our organization to do the things that we can do so that we can sort of go into this. Like, you've asked a lot about cuts. You've asked a lot about, okay, so tell me more about what federal cuts you have. Our directors have done a good job to say, we don't always know what's coming, but we definitely are trying to prepare. We've been a part of lawsuits. We've been doing the proactive work that we're doing. We're going to ask for advocacy at the state by all of you. But at the end of the day, there's a lot happening in our world that impacts our work as social safety net. There's the jobs report, many of you saw a couple weeks ago. There's the economy, there's inflation. All these things are happening in the ecosystem that ultimately affect people's ability to pay bills, hold down jobs, keep their homes, need food. Do all the things that we need to do. So I think more than ever, we need to stay very vigilant on the ecosystem of all the partners. And you guys are asking really great questions about how do we build those partnerships. So I just want to, just kind of take a moment to pause to just really understand it's this cycle of need in a community. And as pressures get put on these very basic programs like Medicaid and SNAP and things from the federal level, it does increase our lines of people needing other things from our community. And then does it make people end up being housing unstable? Sure. Does it mean we have more encampments? So all these things are kind of this cyclical thing that we continue to have to solve these social problems. So more than ever, too, I also think working with our multi-jurisdictions, working with our other AMC partners, this budget is complex, and we are just at the front end of what is probably a series of complex budgets. So I sent you all an email. We can talk more about it tomorrow, but about anticipated SNAP administrative costs that are going to shift. We are starting to see a clearer picture, though we are not we're not putting unknowns into our budget because I don't think that's the right thing to do. But I think we have to be realistic with our community about what's happening around us. So hopefully that's some helpful comments. But thank you, Dr. Yang. You've done thank you so much for just stepping up. So
yeah, she stepped up, and I'm going to just say yes to all of this and say that what I haven't heard much conversation around is prevention. As we think about the encampments and homelessness over the last 5 years, we invested a whole lot of money, and it has continued to grow. And so how do we also look at the front end that we are preventing people from being homeless also? I think that's a really important place, too, that we have to look and invest some of our dollars. And so with that, I think Commissioner Zone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because I was going there too about prevention, is how the last time we had a proposal about using LAHA or SAHA to do prevention or homelessness prevention by being at the courts, at eviction court. Is that still a part of the plan here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that is still part of the plan. I would say that for Ramsey County, when we talk about specifically prevention, FHPAP has always been the funding source, the Family Homeless Assistance and Prevention Program through Minnesota Housing. That has always been the resource that has been targeted specifically for prevention. As some of you may know, there was an allocation prior that has now gone away. So FHPAP funds coming into Ramsey County has decreased significantly, even though we received more in this current biennium's grant proposal and award than we have in prior years. Prevention is one of the dollars that people tap into the most frequently. We have worked with financial assistance services to braid FHPAP dollars with emergency assistance and emergency general assistance too. We now have LAHA dollars that we will be putting out an RFP for, and yes, there are dollars allocated there specifically for housing court, because that's where people who are already facing eviction go to, and we can get into that space and then hopefully work with them on preventing that homelessness from actually occurring. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Very holistic, comprehensive approach. And we can do many things at once, or can we? So with that, we're going to take a quick break, come back at 3:15, and open up with our libraries with Director Yang. All right, we're going to take a short break.
Okay. Oh, I hear it now. Yeah, we're on.
Hello, Chair, Commissioner. Okay, now I feel like it's a little
Good.
too, okay, I'm going to move that up a little bit. Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am Pang from Libraries, and I am honored to work in service to our residents as the Library Director. Before I get started, I want to acknowledge and thank people who helped me put this budget together and get us to this day. First of all, the leaders in finance that helped pull everything together, Mary Larson, Tom Ock, Thomas Henderson, Mike Coogan, many other folks on the finance team that helped, and also the county manager's office that led us. I want to thank the library's leadership team, library managers and project leads that were instrumental in making tough and hard decisions for this budget cycle. And I also want to thank the Library Advisory Board that provided grounding for community voice that centered our residents, the patrons, and the needs. Finally, I also want to thank the library's Deputy Director, Ray Lockman, for taking the helm while I was on a brief leave here. And so as we get started, for reference, the library's department budget starts on page 324. The most important asset that we have is our team. Our team of 140 people connects our residents to community, to information, to resources, importantly, provides answers to questions across our 7 libraries in suburban Ramsey County that are named after the cities that they reside. And then also online. We also provide learning opportunities through our programs serving our youngest residents at our baby story times to folks who are not able to walk in through our doors through our mail home services for our homebound patrons. We also provide computer, internet access, Wi-Fi, access to printers, copiers, faxes, access to software with the growing need and demand for access to our spaces. As we look in the 26 and the 27 years, we are making investments in what has been called in your budget books other services and charges. This accounts for increases to IS, property management, risk management, and communications, amongst a couple others. And it also includes our investments in our team and our workforce. It's in the form of general wage adjustments, and a theme that you've all heard is class and comp, and so that's inclusive of that as well. This also, and major changes, is also fee increases to our rental book collection. This changes our fee of 25 cents per day that you have an item out to 50 cents. This is a self-sustained collection for people to borrow very popular titles. And so as a new title comes out and the hold list is about 700 people deep, you're able to check out the rental collection book for 25 cents per day. You can also still just get on the list if you would like to get on that popular title that is still available and accessible. In addition to that, the budget also includes cost reductions, a reduction of our annual expenses by $590,000, and then that will result in a reduction of personnel hours by 4.92, so almost 5 FTE per year. This will result in reducing hours at the Ramsey County Library Shoreview building by 7 public service hours on Fridays. The library in Shoreview will continue to maintain its regular public service operation at its current levels, Saturday through Thursdays. In the next 2 years, Ramsey County Library will operate with a focus on strengthening our community responsible services and with an emphasis on continued engagement with communities. We will continue to provide access to information and resources that are relevant, factual, free of censorship, and also meet educational needs and enjoyment. We will continue to provide programs and services free of service to community members of all needs and ages. Talked a little bit earlier about early literacy, baby story time, continuing the love of reading. In addition to our summer reading programs and services to teens, Digital equity and literacy, which continues to be an ongoing theme that we have. Internet access for people to achieve whatever needs that they have, basic one-on-one tech help, internet safety programs, maker programs using 3D printers, et cetera. And then space, space to meet and exist, space as a third space. Space with resources to achieve telehealth appointments, court hearings, tutor and mentor meetings, workforce skills development, et cetera. And so how our county responsible services are going to be implemented have been shaped by our partnerships and collaborations. The library-specific strategic priorities were built as a direct result of community engagement and were constructed by library users. Importantly, also by community organizations with a client base and a group base that does not frequent the library often. That resulted in 3 priorities that we have, which is 1, to extend our welcome to be more anti-racist, equitable, and effective for all communities. 2, to grow partnerships and community presence to maximize positive impact. And 3, to build resources to create positive change and to reflect and celebrate diverse cultures across our communities. These are priorities that communities have told us that they want us to enact. And so then we use these priorities as foundations for our service to communities. We also acknowledge that as the holders of knowledge and information, that we cannot know everything. We lean on our partners for their expertise. We will continue our partnerships with public health colleagues, our partnerships with St. Paul, Ramsey County Public Health, with People's Inc., with the City of Maplewood and the City of Roseville safety teams, have all been pertinent to ensuring our community members get access to critical needs. Libraries are also centers for digital equity. It is a place with free internet, with computer access, and digital literacy support. Our partnerships with IES, Information Services, have helped us expand our Wi-Fi access to our parking lots. Excitingly, go to Mounds View if you have a moment, and you can use the internet and the Wi-Fi from the parking lot, the farthest space that you can find. So really exciting development there. And also with the partnerships with AmeriCorps, CTEPS continues our support on the ground to provide digital literacy learning opportunities for teens and adults. Our partners' expertise strengthen our services and support our ability to meet the healthcare, wellness, and wealth of our residents. As we look into the future, Ramsey County Library will be collaborating with Ramsey County Property Management to ensure that we remain strategic as we look at our facilities that are aging. We will be developing a facilities direction plan to inform critical library facility renovations at various locations to ensure that it is responsive to community interests and needs, that it is accessible and inclusive public spaces, and that it is safe for our residents and staff. And so the Mounds View Library has been presented to the Capital Improvement Program Citizens Advisory Committee. As we look forward into the future, we also need to remain flexible for a library such as Roseville, which continues to be one of the busiest libraries in the state that serves a significant area of the metro area, and also the future of our North St. Paul Library. In the future, we will continue to have conversations around inflationary expenses for library materials. This will continue to have a significant impact on libraries and our ability to provide some print resources and, more importantly, our digital resources where the pricing and purchasing structures of that continues to change, and the pricing models are challenging for us to continue to budget for. And so with that, I thank you all for this opportunity, and I stand for questions.
Okay, Commissioner McGuire, I'm sorry, McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. First, looking at the fee increase on page 326, just want to confirm with you, is this the amount that you have listed here? How do we rank with this increase within the metro area? Is this on the higher end, or are we kind of in the middle when it comes to the proposed 50 cents for the rental book collection?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, this is a really fantastic question. Each library system sort of has their own way of doing this. I would say we're on the very low end. Some of the library systems are $1 a day. Some of them have actually gotten away with this. The reason why we have a fee model for our collection is because this was originally created and developed through a grant through the Ramsey County Library Friends. They provided a seed grant of about $20,000 to $25,000, which started this collection. And so then we use those funds to purchase the newer titles. Once the titles are no longer on a lengthy hold list, then we integrate them into our regular collection. Though there's various price ranging and models that people have for getting lucky with titles that are extremely popular.
Gotcha. That's helpful. Next, on page 327, you mentioned the partnership with the City of Maplewood and the Public Safety Mental Health Outreach Team, which looks like it truly is an amazing partnership and collaboration. Are we doing, and you mentioned St. Paul, are we doing similar programs with the City of St. Paul, even though there aren't any county libraries in St. Paul? Do we still have similar services that we provide to folks at their libraries?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I can get some information on the work that St. Paul is doing. While I do not want to speak for them, I previously did work with them for almost 2 decades, and I have to say that they have worked very closely and intimately with a lot of community partners to ensure that community receives what they need in the forms of multiple different partnerships coming to the library as libraries continue to exist as a social infrastructure for the survival of many of our community members.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, Director, can you give some context as to why some libraries have more staff or different hours of operation, and how are those decisions made?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is a fantastic question. So when we look at the model of how and where our facilities and buildings were structured, we have 3 regional libraries that hold the most amount of public service hours. So we're looking at Roseville, we're looking at Maplewood, we're looking at Shoreview. Those 3 facilities we want to open as much as we can, as many hours as we can to provide services, considering we're going to have the most amount of space and resources poured into there. And so at those 3 facilities, you'll see maker spaces, flexible meeting rooms, computer labs. You'll see a lot more computers available for people to use. You'll see a larger collection of books and resources and materials available there. And so we do want to keep those facilities open as much as possible. We also have medium-sized, what I'm going to call medium-sized libraries, which is going to be our New Brighton facility and then our White Bear Lake facility. And so those 2 libraries, they are actually not open as many hours, though they are open 45 hours per week. And so when we look at the regional libraries, they're currently opened at 56 hours per week. And then we have some of our smaller libraries, which the footprint is a lot smaller. The resources that we have there is a lot smaller. And so those are open 35 hours per week. And so the reason why we have several different sizes and several different features in each facility is because the nature of who is visiting our libraries are also very different. What I have heard anecdotally for our North St. Paul and our Mounds View libraries have been the value of not being an intimidating institution as people come in and are asking for extremely sensitive support and resources. So in the situation that someone is coming in and saying like, hey, you know what, like I am going through a very difficult domestic situation right now, and I do not want to approach a large desk with 2 people sitting there that are looking at me with a grand stone table or whatever that is, whatever that mental model is, we look to eliminate that a little bit with some of our smaller facilities. And so we'll be a lot more approachable in that small town feel, which is what people talk about quite a bit when they look at the Mounds View and the North St. Paul libraries.
So as a follow-up to that, can you walk through the deliberations, the different ways of data and considerations and people who you advised in making the decision to consider restricting the library hours in Shoreview on Fridays?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's a really fantastic question, and happy to talk about that. It was an extremely difficult decision for us to get to this point. What we did was we looked at the Social Vulnerability Index. And so the Social Vulnerability Index considers 16 different factors that would make a community vulnerable should there be a collapse or a critical crisis that occurs in their life, whether they lose a job or they lose their car or they lose access to employment resources, et cetera. And so using the Social Vulnerability Index and identifying which community would be the least vulnerable, we determined that the Shoreview Library, based on those data, would be the facility. And to minimize the impact that it would have on the week, then we looked at Friday. We wanted to ensure that we continued to maintain operation and hours until 8 p.m. for families and individuals that work a 9 to 5. And then we also wanted to ensure that we maintained our weekend hours. Those are extremely crucial hours for our folks who are not able to come in at all during the week.
So because of the size of the Shoreview Library, if you were to not close those hours and to shift that to maybe one of the less populated libraries, would that mean that you'd have to close for a lot longer hours than those to make up the difference? Or because they're not like to like. You talked about small, medium, and large spaces.
Right. Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is a really fantastic question and a fantastic point. What we're looking at doing is a cost reduction of $590,000. That equates to almost 5 FTE. The 5 FTE is not coming out of the Shoreview facility alone. And so we're making cost cuts with part-time positions across the system. And so this will have a significant impact on the Shoreview facility. We'll be making adjustments, though if we're looking at a cut of 2 or 3 FTE from any other given facility, if we're looking at the North St. Paul facility, we would be looking at eliminating all of their staff, and we would have to shut the whole facility down. And so a strategic method was to look at one of their regional libraries to ensure that we would be able to continue to maintain services for most of our other days while sharing the burden across our facilities and ours.
And I appreciate the rest of the board humoring this. This is my local library. I actually office out of the Shoreview Library quite a bit. And when I heard about this, some of the things that I had to contemplate was looking around. It is advantageous that for individuals who are coming to look for a meeting space in that location, that the Shoreview Library shares a parking lot with the Shoreview Community Center, a really beautiful destination playground. And so I guess the question I have is, for me, my thought was, well, I do have an alternative public safe space to go, which I found comforting to think about as a strategy for myself and our family. And I hope for others too. But then also I'm wondering, have you had any conversations with your neighbors to see, just to see if there is a way to make sure folks know that there is another place for them to go on those days? Or are there alternative programs being planned in the different libraries to make sure people know that Fridays there's still services available for them, even if it's not in their local branch?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jevonsing, we selected Friday because a majority of our other facilities that are a 10-minute ride away are open on Fridays and continue to provide services on Fridays. We'll be looking into seeing and figuring out what a transition phase would look like and what does service in community continue to look like, particularly in that community. I shared the Social Vulnerability Index, and the Shoreview area is not prone to vulnerability. And that is something that I want to acknowledge. There is need in the area, and so we will continue to attempt to try to provide services within our neighbors.
I thank you for that, and I just want to say that I do hope that you know, if I'm slightly inconvenienced by having to check the schedule or to go to another branch, I think I'm comforted in knowing that this decision was made to reduce the harms on a greater system and those folks who may not have as many options to make those adjustments. And also that this was done as a way of maintaining staff, that this was a way of making sure there wasn't any immediate impact. So I appreciate this very deliberative and difficult decision.
Okay, Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate this last discussion and appreciate my colleague, Commissioner Jevon Singh, for being so thoughtful in your analysis of this whole decision, this whole really hard decision. People do love their libraries, and they want to go when they want to go, when they have time. And I think the decision that you had to make was a tough one, but I think in light of all the rationale that we support that. I appreciate my colleague recognizing that, and I know the other libraries will stand by to really serve the residents that come there as they would. I just want to make a few comments about just some of the things, and my colleague Commissioner McMurtry brought up the rental book collection. I'm just I'm wondering how big that is, and this is just for the newest books. The rest of the collection is all still available for free and everything. This is just a very, I'm guessing, small amount of books. These are very popular books that people have to wait on long lists for. I mean, as you want to reserve popular books, you may be on that list for months, is what I'm guessing. But now you can pay a fee and be a little bit closer to getting it. But how big is that list?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I have a really old anecdote, and so that's why I'm like hesitating. Yeah. Should I share this anecdote? And the anecdote that I am continually thinking about, because I received emails and phone calls about it, was a Britney Spears autobiography. That title was extremely, extremely popular when it came out. And it was available on through our rental books, and so it really it continues to fluctuate how long a title stays on. As a rental book, it depends on the length of time that people are waiting and the popularity of that. And then we also sort of play with how often it is getting checked out as a rental book. And then as its popularity transitions off, we integrate it directly into our system. The numbers of titles changes depending on how many books are getting published that are on New York Times bestseller, or like whatever this list on an influencer publishes a list of 10 titles that one person must read before the age of XYZ. Like all of that influences whether or not a title becomes a rental book or not. It is a self-sustaining collection. We spend about the same amount of dollars on the collection as it generates in terms of a revenue, so it's a balanced collection.
Thank you for that. And as we're all looking for creative ways to obviously keep our all of our resources sustainable and looking for ways to compensate so much of the work we do, can you remind me? I know that in libraries the rooms are community rooms and study rooms are really popular and they're in demand, and it's always hard to get one, I think, but you gotta get there early and be there. Do we ever charge for those, or is there ever a conversation on having a fee for the community rooms?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we do not charge a fee for any of our spaces. Second to our workforce and our team, community spaces more often than not has been the leading and most important resource that people are asking for. And oftentimes they're coming to the libraries because they cannot pay for the fees in other places. So we'll have folks from like Girl Scouts all the way over to nonprofit organizations whose financial model does not allow for the ability for them to pay costs for using spaces. And so we do not.
Yeah, and I appreciate that analysis, because I would be torn on what I think, because I do know that community groups that want to use it aren't able to get it in other places. So we appreciate that service. I was just curious if that analysis has been done. I want to commend you, of course, on all your partnerships and how you're helping our library spaces be used. I just want to comment for my colleagues on the board that may not know that I really appreciate the partnership with New Brighton Community Center, because our library is in the New Brighton Community Center, and while we don't have all the hours in the communities in the library that the community center is open, I'm guessing that we still have computers out in the lobby of the community center. So even though the library's not open, we have computers out in the out in the lobby area of the community center that the residents can use. So it was a great, a great use of a partnership, that they appreciate that people can still come and use computers even though the library's not open. So just thank you for those kinds of partnerships, and just to continue to look at that. And I know we have a great advisory board for the library, and I just want to acknowledge also the Friends of the Ramsey County Library System and the great work that they do in providing resources to our library system. So kudos to the Friends of the Library as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we couldn't do so much of this work without them. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Well, that tees me up very, very well for my next question, which is that I know that there have been discussions on the Mounds View Library renovations, and thanks to a generous donation that was made through and to the Friends of the Library on a potential assistance with that. I know that there has been some discussions with the City of Mounds View and some of their discussions of maybe expanding their community center or expanding some outreach with our Ramsey County services in that area. So it's part of bigger talks. Can you tell us a little bit about where that project is standing and when we think discussions on that will be ramping up?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, fantastic question. That facility needs renovation to ensure that we continue to be responsive to community need and interest. As Commissioner McGuire and you have both noted, facilities and spaces coming out of the pandemic has been the #1 request that we have been getting outside of general requests for information. And so we have to work really closely and tightly with our property management leaders to ensure that as we look at system-wide strategic facilities and make those system-wide decisions, that the library falls within there and that it is a part of the strategic thoughts around renovating facilities as well. And so in the next year or two, I'm hoping that we can develop that strategic directions for our library facilities and then begin the design phase for what a future Mounds View library would look like.
Yeah, and I would say I'm just, really excited about the possibility of partnership. I think that there's a lot of I think Mounds View is one of the corners of our county that is ready for some investment, and that could be multi-partners, multi-sector, working with our local partners to make sure that we're doing that in a really thoughtful way. So I appreciate that we're entering into that discussion. One of the things that it strikes me when we're talking about increasing revenues and trying to be creative, we have the book loan program that the collection is free, but if you want that choice book, you can rent it. And if space is of a premium, just like we do in our ice arenas, is there possible for us to both and it? So if Roseville has a number of study kiosks, is there one that's for rent for that person who knows they've got a key business call that they want to take or something like that? I have no idea, and I don't want to make it harder than anything, but you all loan things out all the time. And so I'm just thinking of being creative and also meeting community where they're at. If there is an organization that needs space, but also needs the assurity of being able to access that space, and we could do it more affordably than any other place, but they still need to lock in a time. Would that not also be an amenity that maybe we want to look into? I'm just curious. When you said that, I thought of all the times I've gone to the library and then had to find a quiet corner to take a call. But
Madam Chair and Commissioner, that's a fantastic note and sentiment, and I'll be taking that back to my team to consider.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but just a comment, just appreciating the thoughtfulness that you have had into, trying to, meet the needs of the community while also balancing the budget and using the social vulnerability index to make those informed decisions. So I think that that's really great. Thank you.
Well, we want to thank you for your presentation today and sharing of the information. Libraries are so critically important in our community. Sometimes I'm saddened that I don't have a county library in my district.
Got great city ones.
And I'm sure you have a fantastic city library system.
So I'm learning from what I'm hearing from you today. But thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue and we're going to move on by EGCI administration with controller. Tom Ox?
Yes.
Okay, Tom, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is Tom Ock. I'm the EGCI controller. I just want to start today by thanking a few folks. First of all, Mike Coogan, our budget analyst in finance, who happily is celebrating his 10-year wedding anniversary in Italy today. So good for Mike. Mike has been a real resource to our entire team. So thank you to Mike. To the EGCI Director Group and their management teams for their dedication and professionalism with this budget. There were some tough decisions that were needed, and every time they thought about the residents first. To DCM Collins for your overall leadership and guidance in this process has been invaluable. Thank you. And then finally to my staff. The dedication that they've shown, the number of extra hours they've had to put in, I wouldn't be here today without them, so thank you. The Economic Growth and Community Investment Administration Department provides executive-level management and day-to-day financial management across the service team. The staff includes the Deputy County Manager, an executive assistant, the controller, and 25 finance and accounting professionals. We do have a centralized finance function in EGCI, and finance staff are assigned to support the various departments in the service team. One of the things mentioned earlier today, EGCI is uniquely positioned. We have a myriad of funding sources that we need to manage on a day-to-day basis. 4 different levies, the general levy, regional rail levy, the Housing and Redevelopment Authority levy, and the library levy. In total, there's 27 different funding sources that require different levels of support, different levels of restrictions on usage, different reporting requirements. And so my staff help to manage those on a day-to-day basis. We are not asking for any new FTEs in the 26-27 budget. Our complement has grown by 4 since 2024. 2 of those positions were added with the tax dollars in Public Works that Director Isaacson mentioned this morning. And in the 25 supplemental budget, we simply reassigned 2 contractor positions and made them FTEs, ultimately resulting in cost savings for the department. Major changes start on page 315, sorry. So as I mentioned before, we have a chargeback model where essentially I send invoices out to each department on a quarterly basis for accounting staff time. It's roughly 70% of the overall costs. And so we did need to increase our revenue in the 26 and 7 budget to account for a strategic investment in our salaries for our staff. We've had a number of difficult hirings in the last year and a half or so, and oftentimes we're having to pay more for new resources. As mentioned earlier today, we also had the other services, insurance, rent, those types of increases. In 2026, that number was roughly $226,000 with an additional $120,000 in 2027. County manager priorities start on page 316. The EGCI administration budget reflects direct investment in our ability to carry out organizational and operational excellence. Building greater capacity in financial staff has allowed leaders to carve out time for strategic thinking, to resolve issues, and explore evolving systems that may better streamline how we do business and better position to react to a changing financial environment. The EDCI administration has a direct role in advancing partnerships and supporting long-term fiscal growth with our departments that make infrastructure investments. These investments in housing, transportation, small businesses, and community assets like parks and libraries help to strengthen the tax base in Ramsey County. We partner with our service teams with the departments every day. Also, I want to call out, we have made a strategic, we want to be the Gold Star finance team in Ramsey County. Along with that, I can say I've partnered with CFO Ketsa. We have talked about the need for a deeper dive with fleet, and so those conversations are coming. I've partnered with Director McCabe in Parks and Recreation. We'll be doing a deeper dive with soil and water, as the current funding model is not sustainable long term. And so we do offer those partnerships. Long-term pressures. I want to thank this board and county manager for the investment in class and compensation changes. We have seen an increase in the quality of candidates recently, and I'm also happy to announce that as of Tuesday, we are finally fully staffed. So thank you for those investments. But we've seen that the cost to attract talent is going up. And so we've made a strategic investment in the financial staff. We want to elevate the talent on the team, and that's going to take some increased salary dollars in the future. Finally, as we talk about the number of different funding sources, it's incumbent upon my staff to constantly manage and plan for those changes. We do long-term planning. We work with the directors to prioritize and come up with the best budgets possible, essentially. That's all I have. Stand for any questions.
Well, thank you. Commissioner Zong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about where this sits in with the new structure. Will it be under county operations, under finance, or will it still be under EGCI?
Will remain under EGCI.
Okay. Can you help to explain a little bit more then about that work and about why it would have to be under EGCI? And why wouldn't it just be with finance for some of the positions here?
Okay, we're going to pass this over to our...
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang. That's a really good question and something we haven't figured out yet. So when we talked about the high-level organizational alignment, the departments are moving, and then in 26 and 27, we need to spend some time to, I'm calling it untangle, other people have other words for it. We need to think about how we're structuring our, particularly the underlying supports, like the finance team that you see here, and you'll see more tomorrow in health and wellness. And a lot of that's tied up in many different revenue streams and also in how we do our work and what makes the most sense to how we do our work going forward. But that work's going to take us at a minimum a year, but I would guess maybe longer to really understand it. So for now, it's staying the same. That's exactly right. In this budget, it stays the same. And then we'll keep working together to make sure we figure out how that works to align our future state structure.
Okay.
So it has always been here. This is, you have the county, deputy county manager, executive assistant, the controller, and then a finance and accounting division, all under economic growth and community investment. And so that's just the way it...
I can also add to it.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CFO Kutz is right. We still need to do some unweaving. However, every service team will have an administrative division. It's just a matter of figuring out sort of with the move of the departments, what are those support structures that are supporting those departments today. We're going to move Workforce Solutions, Housing Stability out of EGCI. They're going to need staff to be able to do that work under the new Community Support and Services service team.
And Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to put a finer point on this,
every service team has a controller and accountant staff, and so that's what Tom represents. I think he just lost a rock, paper, scissors battle in terms of who gets to go today. No, I'm just teasing, but we may have structured this differently than other service teams, just because our financial team is bigger than that of others as a result of the complex funding streams and levy authorities that we oversee.
Okay. Any other questions? All
Thank
right,
you.
well, I just want to thank you for your experience, your leadership, and your insights here at Ramsey County, and appreciate the report in to us. So with that, we have finally come to the end of our day today. And we're going to open it up to the Deputy County Manager, Collins, to give us her closing statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Clearly, we knew we were getting out before 4, and that's why, I want to thank you all for powering through today. We're the first of the full day budget hearings, and it's not an easy task, but however, I want to extend my appreciation for your thorough review and your thorough questions. We all want the best product possible for our residents, and so we so appreciate these questions. I think it's clear that there are some interim and short-term clarifications, adjustments, corrections that we will come back with, and also several board workshops that we intend to have in 2026. So the work doesn't end today, certainly, but just thank you again, and extending my gratitude to the directors for the thought and energy put into their budget and their presentations today. Several first-time directors giving their budget presentations for the first time, and so thank you so much, and you're all doing wonderful, so thank you.
Yeah, and so for the public, just a quick update. As you just stated, Deputy County Manager, that each department directed presented details from their department. And what happens here is that commissioners are asking a number of questions of our department directors as part of these budget hearings. So a question answer link will be added to the county's finance and budget webpage, where all of our budget-related materials are available to the public. The easiest way to find the budget materials is to search ramseycounty.us and click the budget information link under popular topics. The county board encourages, again, residents, we want to hear your voices, so we are hosting 2 public hearings. Both public hearings will be held in this building, and free parking will be provided to residents who attend in person. And that parking will be available at Victory Parking Ramp. Residents also are welcome, and it's free. Welcomes are also welcome to submit written comments at any time. All written comments received are shared with each commissioner. Written comments are considered as carefully as comments made verbally in a public hearing. You can sign up to comment at a hearing as well as submit written comments on ramseycounty.us website. The first public hearing will be held on Monday, September 22nd at 5 p.m. The second would be on Tuesday, September 23rd. The board will set the 2026 maximum property tax levy. Let me rephrase that. The first public hearing is Monday the 22nd. The second public hearing will be held on Thursday, December 11th at 6 p.m. Prior to that hearing, residents and businesses will receive their proposed property tax statement. This will include details on the proposed levy for all taxing jurisdictions, the county, the city, the school board, and others, and provide details on how these proposed impact your property. Resident and businesses owners should look for that information in the mail in mid to late November. On Tuesday, September the 23rd, the board will set the 2026 maximum property tax levy. At a board meeting in November, the board will discuss changes to the 2026 requests by board members. And I'm sure we're going to have some requests coming from this board. On Tuesday, December the 16th,
The county board would give final approval of the 2026-27 budget, including any changes approved by the committee, and will set the final 2026 property tax levy. Tomorrow, we will have our Health and Human Service, Health and Wellness budget hearing at 9 a.m. So we expect to see everyone back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. We are now adjourned.